Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's weekend has started off well. It's that time again. It's time for the OC review. Oh, sorry, you have to go recruit. If you have work to do, that's one of them for a part of a final project. Makes sense. Makes sense. Why you might need to stick with that. I understand. But Alex, hello, Chaos, Atlantic. See what OCs are being shown? I look forward to it. Robbie, it is an earlier stream. It's going to be the only stream from noon to 5 is what I'm planning. If it ends a little bit earlier, a little bit later, that's fine. But got something I need to do later on. Because there's another tournament I'm judging tomorrow. Might be a bit later, but the last year team, they will be up for review, Chaos. I look forward to it. Magus, hello. Was not prepared? Don't worry, there'll be others. If we don't get many OCs submitted for review today, that's fine. That means we'll just, finish off the stream by playing more Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem Engage. Nix, hello. Coco, it is time. Robbie, that's what this OC stream is for. To help people, to give advice. Christoph! Hello. Thank you for the sub. 7 months. Over half a year already. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm doing well. Had a little bit of a headache, but I took a Tylenol just before stream started, so hopefully that'll go away. And I'm looking forward to seeing people's OCs. Shad! You're Sag? Oh no! What happened to the box cat? You okay? Try your shot today with OC for the first time. I look forward to it, Coco. Serious, hello. Yes, I'm on now. Earlier stream. Next Fire on the stream. Lazemel, can you call him Pierce? I could. I don't know. I like the female character though. I like the female character. Yeet the cat. No, Chaos. I don't want to yeet the cat. Kirito, hello. Is point redeemed like last time? Yes, it'll be 20,000 channel points to redeem 1 page for OC review, and that's just text. Pictures and stuff can submit up to like 5 without any issue. Like that's fine. Watched episode 6 of Arcane. Oh, episode 6 of season 1 or season 2? I have not seen any of season 2, but I know what happens in season 1. Montage of child we only just met before flash before your eyes. That one. Only 1.5k. It's okay. There's going to be other OC review streams. This is, I think, the 5th or 6th one. I've been streaming for 2 years. I normally do at least 3 per year. So it might be like the 7th or 8th one. I don't know. I've lost count at this point, but we're going to be doing more. I'm going to continue doing these for... I have no plan to stop doing these. Let's just put it that way. So Sin to Arcane have been a roller coaster. It's all out, right? Or is it releasing weekly? Pet the kitty. Yes, buddy. You get the pets already. 5th one, I think. I don't think it's been the 5th one. I think it's been more than that. No information yet on RWBY Season 10. Act 1 and 2 is out. Oh... 3 is out next week. Okay, so waiting until the entire season is out is probably the smart play, because any cliffhanger that Arcane leaves you off on is gonna hurt. Final 3 episodes come out next Saturday. Okay, then it'll be time to binge. Yes, buddy. You love the pets. So for a lot of the ones you have planned, need to get your button gear for the art. No worries, Alex. There'll be more. There will be more. How do you submit an OC again? I will make the redeem available. It'll be in the bottom corner of chat where the Phoenix Feathers are. You'll be able to redeem OC review for 20,000 Phoenix Feathers. Once you do that, then you go to the Discord where I will make the channel visible called OC Review Submissions. Just to make it clear, you redeem on Twitch, then you go to the Discord channel, submit the documents for review there. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple. The formatting of the OC review is linked in a Google document at the top of the channel. I will actually just make it public right now. There we go. So the OC review submissions channel should be available. It's under the Phoenix streaming tab. If you want to read over that document. To also say that much, I keep spending it on self-care packages and never beds. No worries, Chat. I appreciate it. You're looking after my health. That's always good. And the kitty's happiness. Isn't that right, buddy? Yes, you little fluffy boy. Meow meow. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't Arcane on Netflix, or did it still make another streaming service? I think it's on Netflix. Second time I'm doing this. First time doing it by yourself since last time you were able to submit one thanks to Roman. Right. Yep, should be... Oh, I just popped in. How long are you streaming? Probably 5 hours. I should be live until 5 p.m. EST. That's what I'm planning. Might be a little bit earlier, might be a little bit later. If we don't get enough OCs for review, I might hop into Fire Emblem for a little bit. But we'll see. Have to run errands. I see. No worries. Yes, buddy. Oh, sorry. Am I annoying you? No, you're just playing. Run errands? Okay. Hopefully they don't take too long. It's always... Saturday's always a day to run errands, but hopefully you get some time to relax at least. Okay. We're going to start some fun stuff on your OC. Nice, Coco. In the meantime, submitting of Shatter Boys and their armor since they'll be the last of the team. I mean, you can submit multiple images, right? Reason I asked because of the release schedule for the episodes. Okay. That makes sense. Because Netflix, I guess, is doing it in little batches of 3 episodes. I don't know. I haven't looked at Arcane Season 2 because I've just kind of been holding off until the entire thing's released. All right. So let's open the OC reviews. Let's see. Okay. Yep. The OC review is open. It is starting off with a limit of 10, just so that up to 10 pages get submitted. Once we go through all of those, then I'll open up more. Got a page of picks and what I should add another. All right, Nyx is up first. Roman, hello. Your thoughts on at least the early episodes of Volume 10? Like Ruby John telling what happened in the Ever After, rejoicing back together, and then with those who they were at odds with? At odds with in what way? We're definitely going to need at least one recap episode. I think we might only get one, because they want to get moving with the plot and seeing what's happening. We saw that already in the episode 11 animatic, which I still have to review, by the way, that, you know, Tyrion and Mercury are seen going around town and causing trouble. Ruby versus Aesop's, Ruby trying to reason with Harriet. I think that that'll be settled fairly quickly because well, time has passed in Remnant. It's been 6 months. Team Ruby has also gone through a lot in the past, 48 hours. So, pretty sure it might take a little bit of time for them to adjust, but I think it won't take too long. When the first link you sent works. This is not a Google document or PDF. What is this? Oh, it is. It links to Adobe Acrobat Reader. It's a link to get the app? Huh. I think you should be able to just save the document as a PDF and then just drag and drop the document into the Discord chat. Google document. I see, Coco, you submitted a Google document as well. In the OC review, the description, I do specify Word or PDF to avoid editing while I'm looking at it on stream. I don't think you guys will, but I know there's some people out there who might, and I need to hold everyone to the same standards. So, I'm pretty sure if I just... like, if I do this... Okay, so if I go here, let's see. Daisy, hello. What did I do? What do you mean, damn it? What did I do? So what did this? No worries. No worries. So if I go here, so we have this here, right? If we go to File, Print, you can print and save as PDF. That's all you need to do. If you have a Google document, just save it as a PDF, then drag and drop the file into Discord. That's it. That's all. It's all that needs to be done. Because otherwise, people would be able to edit documents while I'm looking at them on stream, which could lead to bad situations. But yeah, that should be it. Yeah. Now, would DeviantArt Journal's literature posts work until someone refreshes the page, edits made won't show up? I'd still prefer Word or PDF documents, just because I believe DeviantArt has like ads at the side of the page and everything. I don't know. I think just to be safe, I'm gonna hold it to those same restrictions, because otherwise it might lead to... And DeviantArt also has recommendations at the side, which I've noticed at times can be not safe for work artwork. Potentially. Yeah, they all have recommendations at the side, which could end up being... Well, I don't get to control what the recommendations are, so... Like, I'm clicking on artwork here, and everything seems fine, but I know that some places they are not. Sending PDF instead? Okie dokie. It's time for sure. It's still sending the Google Doc, though, Nix. It's still sending the Google Doc. Like, I can see the Google document, but it's still... Well, here. I can do this, can go to, oh, you, come on. Okay, there we go. We can go to here. Go here. Exit there. It's okay. I can save it as a PDF on my end. So if I just go here, go here, go here. Okay. We got it. It's all good, Nix. I got it. I already got it. And also, Coco, make sure you redeem on Twitch. Make sure you redeem on Twitch. Gotta go to D&D in a few minutes. Oh, no! I mean, I've been announcing the OC review in advance for, like, a few weeks now. It was forecasted! I'm sorry, but thank you for stopping by. I hope you have fun at D&D. I'm cringing half the time of this review. Boy, it's okay, Coco. It's all good. I'm happy to see what people's ideas are. Stream is lagging? Uh-oh. I think Twitch is having issues, because on OBS, it's saying I've dropped 0 frames the entire stream, which is excellent, and holding strong at the strong bit rate of 6,000 plus kilobytes per second. But then Twitch is saying it's unstable. Well, haven't been on stream, I've been at work. I'm sorry. It's been in the Discord, like, stream announcements, like the stream schedule. It's been there. I'm sorry. Get back near the end of a stream to terrorize Passport, maybe. All right. Don't worry, Nix, you're all set to go. The self cringe is real for me. Trust me, the self cringe is there for me as well whenever I'm editing any of my OC reviews or OC videos, like Seraph videos. Whenever I'm recording any of them, like, the entire process is just like, oh god, I'm cringing while saying these words. I'm cringing while hearing myself say them while editing. The cringe is real. I'm sorry, Daisy. There'll be more OC review streams. There'll be more. It's okay. Enjoy D&D. You have plans. You have life. That is good. I started before the 9th because it was originally a tentative OC review date. Ah, nice. Yeah, it was tentatively the 9th. I figured this weekend would be the better one because then that'll freeze up my evening instead because I need to go help set up a tournament venue. Golemine, hello. All right. Let's go into Nyx's character. Urbosa Aria Monroe. 39. Okay. Female Fox Faunus. Youngest member of Team Atlas and the team leader. Dark hair based on Musashi Miyamoto. As of now, she's the Summer Maiden. I'm going to guess alternate an AU story then. And is retired from being a huntress and runs her own diner in Vacuo. Okay, okay. Normally wears a red kimono with black vine patterns that is baggy to help in combat and filter the air through her body while in the desert. Okay. I'm gonna skip to backstory. Born in Vacuo, her mother was a huntress from Mistral, and her father was a huntsman turned law enforcer of Vacuo. That's gotta be a tough job. Law enforcer in Vacuo, you know, the lawless kingdom. Her birth name is Urbosa. Her mother taught her mantis-style kung fu. Ooh, graceful movements of battle gave her the nickname Arya, which means lioness. Just kind of stuck with her. Ooh, interesting. AU. The hellish, okay. I could go play D&D, but no one here wants to play. Oh, no! Is there no, like, Facebook group that you can join to try to find people to form a group with? No clubs? No nothing? 10 to 20k feathers. Oh, no. Oh, well, if Roman's got you. That works, too. Roman racks up a lot of channel points and then just graciously donates them to people on occasion. So, first question. At what point in the AU universe that you have, Nyx, I'm guessing the Fall of Beacon still happens. I'm guessing Team RWBY still exists, and, like, some of the events are generally the same as the show. So, at age 39, at what point in the RWBY timeline is this at? Is this before Volume 1 of the show? Is this around the time of the Fall of Beacon? Or is this, like, age 39, currently where we are in the show in Volume 9, where it's about 2 years after the Fall of Beacon? Interact with people socially playing TTRPG is scary. I agree. I agree. That is also why I don't do it. I like to do it online. Yeah, online it's a lot more difficult to interact with board games. But okay. Stream keeps lagging? That's... I don't know. It's lagging on my end too. It's apparent, according to Twitch, it says that it's excellent connection. When she's 34, so right around the fall of Atlas. So when she's 34, it's right around the fall of Atlas. So this is 5 years later, and she's the Summer Maiden after, like 5 years after the fall of Atlas then. No, when she's 37? During the fall of Atlas, so she's 37 at the time. Okay. When she's 37 during the fall of Atlas. So she's 37 during the fall of Atlas, so this is 2 years after the fall of Atlas? Redeem it. Phoenix probably knows better. It's the first time. I don't know when you redeem it. You redeem first, then you post the document in the Discord channel. So Coco already posted the doc on Discord. It's already there, Roman. All right. Yes, okay. So 2 years after. Interesting. So you've already kind of... Do you have an idea of what you want to do kind of for like the final battle? Or is the final battle taking place 2 years afterwards? Or are you writing it in that it's a 2-year time skip that Team RWBY has been gone? And the final battle with Salem has yet to happen yet. Semblance is overclock. Semblance is the ability to overcharge certain parts of her body to increase her efficiency in combat. Originally, she could only do this on her brain to increase her reaction time. But over time, she learned to apply her semblance to other parts of her body, like her own heart. Oh, that's dangerous. Okay, so it accelerates the processes of the body. The internal process of the body. Interesting. Yeah, being able to overclock one's brain to help them think faster, their perception. Interesting. Being able to learn to apply that to other parts of the body, that would take control and is real dangerous. 2-year time skip since RWBY vanished. Okay, nice. Already posted once again. You are no stupid, Coco. It's okay. It's the first time submitting. It's okay. Trust me, you're not the only person to have made little mistakes. It happens every single OC review. It's all good. Semblance is a double-edged sword. It can cause a lot of problems if used incorrectly. Yeah, I'm sure when she first had the idea to use overclock on her heart, that must have been a scary and likely desperate time where she needed that extra boost, the blood flow to kind of, I'm guessing, boost herself forward. Yeah, weapons flame in circumstance. Her weapons are 2 katanas. One of them flame infused with fire dust, and the other circumstance is infused with gravity. Fire and gravity. Damn. I'm guessing they're shorter katanas, not like full-length ones, because the full-length ones are harder to dual wield. Granted, you know, it's also the rule of cool in RWBY. 2 long katanas is absolutely fine, because Yatsuhashi single-handedly wields the giant greatsword, but, you know, please don't bleed. Because, oh no, yeah, oh, that's true. Granted, the Aura Cloak should prevent the bleeding, though, if you think about it, if you overclock your heart too much, you might pop blood vessels in other parts of your body, and you might end up bleeding anyways. If it was horrifying, it was a credible gamble. Makes sense. Makes sense, because that is rough. Honestly, I'd say that's pretty balanced. It does come with the risk. Being able to apply the overclock ability initially just being her brain, and then it's locked to internal functions of her body, that is a good way to balance the semblance. And it takes a lot of time to be able to train and learn to apply it to other parts of her body. Because it was just being able to overclock like anything, including like muscle strength, anything you want, that would be overpowered, but this is a good way to balance it. I like the semblance. Dual wielding katanas, really cool, but also it seems like a lot of her fighting style is, you know, kung fu, close combat. Granted, with dealing with Grim, close combat may not necessarily be the best course of action. And also, she's a member of Team Atlas, currently residing in Vacuo, so that's got to be interesting. She can overclock one body part at a time. Yeah. It's more or less one-handed swords, long-handled weight-wise. It's not ideal. Yeah, I've tried, like, holding to, what are the wooden swords called? I forget the names of them. Or what the proper name for them is. And, yeah, there's a little bit of strain there. Balance is different and similar. But yeah, overall, I think pretty well designed for semblance. Broken? What's broken? How do you get reviewed? You have to redeem the channel point redeem that's in the bottom of chat where the little phoenix feathers are. You need 20,000 points. That allows 1 page of written document for OC review. Once you have redeemed on Twitch, then you go over to the Discord and submit your document in the OC review panel. Boken. Ah, Boken. Yes. Both of katanas are a bit shorter. Ah, so she can effectively wield them. Makes sense. Shorter katanas allows for more speed, less balancing issues. Not broken. Boken. Yes, I misread. Wooden katanas used in training and practice. Yes, I have one, actually. Because I used to be in karate where we were being taught how to use them. But yeah, dual-wielding katanas. Simple weapons, but very deadly. The fire and gravity dust would make for interesting combat styles along with kung fu. Yeah. Is there anything that you'd like me to touch on with your character, Nyx? Another theme of Atlas is the gravity of fate. Ooh. I like that a lot. It gives the entire team, you know, a theme to follow, but also kind of alludes to Atlas, the city, and the fate they experienced due to, well, gravity, because it was gravity that pulled them towards the ground. Got most of my document ready, but something I want to run by you before trying to submit. Sure. If you want to message me on Discord, Daisy. Not even close. It's okay, Golem. Like, there's gonna be more OC review streams, so there'll be plenty of time to submit in the future, and it's all good. All good. I just need to make it 20,000 points, because if I put it less than that, it's possible that people could redeem, like, 10 pages all at once, and it'd just be a little overwhelming. I know 20,000 points is a lot, but even if you just have streams, like, running in the background, you can accumulate points relatively quickly. But, yeah. I think this review went pretty well. Is there anything else that you'd like me to touch on? Any questions that you want me to answer when it comes to, like, balancing or story ideas or anything that you want? Or are you going to... you would drown in reviews. Yeah. Should have finished the Paper Mario series. Ah, okay. I mean, I'll be playing, after the current game that I'm playing, which is Fire Emblem Engage, I plan on playing Super Paper Mario. So, that's also another option for a stream to join in on. But there will be more. But yeah, I think, overall, well-designed character. And I'm curious to see, or curious to know, have sent the message. Yeah. I trust you to yeah, I think that should be fine, Daisy. As long as it doesn't get like too like triggeringly descriptive, which I'm sure that I trust that you know what you're doing. I think it'll be okay. Like just the mention of it and just the talking of it, because we've seen that within the show itself as well. So should be fine. So games. Arma 3 is $6. Arma 3. Not at the moment, but a funny little thing. Gamble Arya took was applying her semblance to a heart is escaping Salem. You know, that makes sense, given that she's the Summer Maiden. Salem would be after her. Salem specifically came after her, though. That is interesting. Does Cinder exist in this alternate universe, or did you write out the edgy maiden-hungry teenager? I love Fire Emblem playing for over a decade. Just never got the words to watch it. Makes sense. Makes sense. Of course. You're always welcome, Golem. Always. It's all good. Whenever you have the chance to join in, whenever you feel like joining in, we'll be happy to have you. Okay. That makes sense. Writing out Cinder. Yeah, smart choice, I think. Cinder exists, unfortunately. Oh, okay. Well, she does give an enemy that's easy to hate. And also another maiden to go up against where, you know, Urbosa can beat the stuffing out of. For the Cannon Cinder, she continues to get whooped. There it is. Yeah. But, alright then. If you're alright with the review, Nix, if there's not any other questions you have, then I think, well, at least she still gets beaten up, yeah. But yeah. Also, I do have one more question. She's a fox faunus. What's the faunus trait? Fox tail? Fox ears? Fox whiskers? I never played her any real interest, but watch for the burb and the channel points. I appreciate it, Roman. Happy with the review? Yeah, nice. Alright. I'm curious about the faunus trait, though. Alrighty then. I will... The ears! Aww. The cute little fluffy ears. Isn't that right, buddy? I know you're not a fox. But, you know, you got the orange at least. Okay. Foxes have amazing ears? You see all the kitsune in the anime, and they always have very fluffy ears. Oh, you're writing OC lore? Nice, Fable Draconian. And here's the first of Daisy's redeems. We will be going over Coco's first. Unless you do have to go, Daisy. Because you said you had to D&D in a little bit. Do you want me to go over yours first? Or... Daisy has begun. 5 full pages. Like, do you need me to go over yours first, Daisy? Or do you... Daisy's just getting started. Well, she's been here for quite a while. She does have a lot of channel points. She can go first. You have time? You sure, Coco? Okay. Go here. We'll go here. Okay, let's see. Go over yours first. You're about to start driving? Ah, okay. Yep, we'll go over Daisy's first then. All right. So, all right. Thank you, Coco. I appreciate it. So we will go here. And we shall start with Daisy's characters. Team Enamel. This is a team that I have not heard about. I don't think. Okay. Emir Dara is the first member. Also, it's a 5-member team from the team name, ENAML. Inspiration, Pulsh, I think. Prince of Divid. I got the chief title of Anvin for uniting 2 kingdoms of Anvin while disguised as Iran, basically giving him the status of underworld god. Okay. Prince of Divid. What mythology is that? That naming ruler, Daranot, a Celtic symbol that represents oak roots. Aura color is golden yellow. 46-year-old. Male, huntsman, mistral. Sword, bow and arrow. Ooh, Welsh name. Okay. I am not familiar with the Welsh language. I apologize for butchering it, as I'm sure I did. But it's interesting to learn about different inspirations. Black Sheep, hello! Fighting style, close to far range. Has the duality of the sword and the bow. So distance if needed, kind of like RWBY, who fights mainly close range with her scythe, and then has the sniper for distance if needed. Semblance. Emir Semblance is Doppelganger. Allows the user to create perfect disguise over themselves that stays up even if the user is attacked. Okay. Illusion mimics the looks and voice of whoever the user has taken the appearance of, but the user must have clearly seen and heard the person they are mimicking. Good limitation. Personality and the way the person talks are not mimicked, however. So while the disguise looks and sounds exactly like the person, someone who knows that person may see through it. Makes sense. Because Neo-Semblance can create a whole myriad of illusions, including cloaking someone else. But this one, it just cloaks the individual as someone else, but can also mimic their voice. I like it. It's actually impossible to pronounce correctly. Okay, good. So the butchering has been allowed, I guess, or is expected. It's okay, I forgive you. Okay. It's okay. Welsh is funny like that. Okay. It's Irish word names, user pronunciation. Getting it right in one region means you get it wrong in another. Ah. It is Pokemon music. It's the remix from Glitch City. Me, Zinnia theme. Personality. Emir is a very laid-back, cheerful person who keeps a smile on his face even under pressure. He's willing to try anything at least once, but can come off as clueless or with an inability to read people. That might pose some problems with the semblance that was just described. These last 2 observations, however, are hilariously off the mark. Emir has a talent for reading people. Ah, and his hunches on how people will respond are correct 9 times out of 10. So even his personality that he puts forward himself is a facade. Interesting. He just likes having people underestimate him, since most believe someone who is happy all the time is naive and clueless about what is happening or being said around them. In other words, exactly what I assumed upon reading those first 2 sentences. Well done. This usually results in people being their true selves when they think he can't hear them. All this combined has the effect of making him terrifying when he wants to be, even to his teammates. Yeah, that would also make it difficult for him to build trust with his teammates, because they would never know who the real Emir is. Up until entering Haven Academy, there were very few people he could be genuine with, but eventually he learns to let his guard down around the rest of his team as they get to know and trust each other. Oh god, he's gonna be a menace. Guy's a master spy, huh? It seems like it. It seems like it. I don't know if any members of his team could fully come to trust him. Well, I mean, Huntsman teams get in life-threatening situations, so they'll have to come to trust him eventually, but yeah, those first couple things, it's going to make it difficult. It's going to make it difficult considering he's never genuine with anyone up until that point. Backstory. Emir's family was, and still is, very successful. They aren't in the same level as huge corporations like the Schnee-Dust Company, but they live very comfortably and have a lot of influence in their community. This resulted in Emir growing up around bootlickers and ass-kissers who just wanted a shot at his family's favor and money. He learned very quickly how to tell when people were being genuine and started wearing a cheerful mask around middle school. Were being genuine or weren't being genuine? How to tell when people weren't being genuine, I think makes more sense here. I'm guessing that was the intended one. There was only ever one person before Haven that he could trust to be fully genuine with him. His childhood friend, Hunter Nud. Nud or Nude? I'm guessing it's Nud. Hunter didn't care about the toys he could get or the places he could get into. He didn't even care about the Emir's family name. He just wanted to hang out with the other boy, and Emir couldn't help but cling to that genuine, blunt, shameless attitude and way of expressing himself. The two went to the same pre-academy school and developed his semblance while they were training. Hunter was and still is a talented fighter, coupled with the admiration he already had for his friend's ability to be genuine. Okay, Hunter was and still is a talented fighter, coupled with the admiration he already has his friend's ability to be genuine. Emma couldn't help but wish to be him. Oh. Semblance activated his dodge hit, and suddenly Hunter's voice was coming from his mouth. Interesting. I like that for a Semblance Awakening. I just have to feel like I'm going to have to keep reading a lot. I like making comments because then, I mean, that just shows how well designed the character is. It's all good. You can trust people at arm's reach. This is true. I think you're going to write team designs. Yeah. When the time came for them to go to Haven, he was excited to have Hunter as a partner through the academy. While he didn't expect it to happen, he ended up finding more people who would be genuine with him and who he could be genuine with. Symbol is crown split in half. I'm guessing that's going to have some meaning for the story moving forward. Is he related to Glinda by chance? Because Glinda has the emblem of a crown. He's also 46. Is this at the current time of where RWBY is now? Also alternate universe or canon? And, well, he did end up being partners with Hunter. Hunter Nitha. How does Nudd translate to Nitha? What? Huh? What? Huh? Okay. Well, I do not know the pronunciation of names at all. Welsh? How? I don't think I'll... Welsh is not an easy language to learn. I am now learning. Yeah, I think very well thought out. I'm curious to see how he's going to interact with the rest of his team, and since you have limited time, I will just move on to the next character and start reading Hunters, so we can get through the 5 pages before you start D&D, and then we can delve further into each of them from there. RWBY canon, they all retired before Tyrion and Hazel started murdering all the huntsmen in Mistral. Okay. Makes sense. Really? They're retired at 46? Look at Maria. She's still strong and going. Well, I mean, kind of. Crow's still out there. He's in his 40s. All right. Hunter Nitha. Nitha. I'm not going to remember that. Inspiration. Arun. King of the Celtic underworld and afterlife. God of war, revenge, and wild hunt. Name meaning Hunter Fog. Couldn't find a Celtic word for afterlife, ghost, underworld. I mean, as long as, like, fog is good enough, it's got the illusion to it. You can make the connection. Aura color is forest green, age 46, male, human. Okay, and Emir was also human. Mistral's weapon is a whip/sword. Is it one of those swords that can break apart into segments and become a whip, maybe? Fighting style, mid to close range. Semblance. Hunter's semblance is called Hunting Call, is an illusion semblance. When activated, it creates an illusion of a pack of hunting dogs that chase after the user's target. The dogs look and sound real and will continue to chase the target until the user loses focus. The longer illusion is used, the more aura it consumes. While it isn't required, it likes to let out a sharp whistle to reference when he first unlocked it. Damn, an illusion semblance that's focused on one single illusion so it can make those illusions more realistic. That's terrifying. Because if you're fighting him in battle, that would definitely throw you off. And since they'd probably be physical illusions too, I'm going to guess, right? Sort of like Byleth. That's what I'm thinking. Like Renji's from Bleach as well, yeah. I'm thinking that might be the case. Sword of the Creator. Not as powerful as the Sword of Creator, but I'm not going to send any more Cs. So we can get more detail for Theodore. Yeah, absolutely. It's fine to take more time. There's, as I mentioned, there's going to be more OC reviews. No rush, no pressure. Personality. Hunter can be blunt to the point of being rude. We're cut from the same cloth, Hunter and I, and loud to the point of being obnoxious. Maybe not the exact same cloth. But above all, will shamelessly be himself. He will apologize if he has genuinely offended or hurt someone, but otherwise sees no issue with the way he acts. Yep, I like him. He likes being true to himself, and it's a trait that has made him many friends and a few enemies. In my experience, that's reversed. Many enemies and a few friends. He's also pretty protective and had to be held back a few times when bullies get too comfortable talking about his team. And later, Argentum, behind their backs. Argentum is, I'm guessing, an organization that he joins? Theodore, he's a lot. See. Search RWBY. Maria retired, remember. Maria did retire, but she's still able to hold her own very well. And, like, Crow's still out there. Hazel, Tyrion, like... They're probably either late 30s or early 40s. Crow for sure. Like, Crow and Raven are definitely in their 40s. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that he helped keep them together during the roughest patches, as he was the one who encouraged everyone to be more open with each other. His genuine and blunt nature gave the entire team someone they could trust not to sugarcoat their effects on others, while also being someone they could trust when they needed reassurance. He does mellow out as the years go by, but he never stops being who he is. Partially to his team's annoyance, but mainly to their joy. So he's the blunt core that keeps them all together. Is he the leader? By chance? Backstory. For as long as he could remember, Hunter has always craved adventure and to be like the heroes in the stories he read. RWBY would be proud. He had decided early on that he wanted to be a huntsman, and nothing would deter him from that goal. When he was younger, his parents took him to the playground as much as he wanted. It tired him out, if nothing else. Yeah, that sounds about right. This is how he met his best friend, Emir Dara. When he was 10, he found the other boy hiding in one of the playsets and decided they were going to play together. No option. Boy, I choose you. When they were taking a break, the blonde boy asked why he had insisted on playing together. Hunter told him that he looked sad, and since he was going to be a huntsman one day, it was his job to cheer him up because huntsmen go on adventures and keep the people safe and happy. He pouted a bit when Immer started laughing after staring at him for a bit, but ended up laughing with him since he was imitating one of the stories he had heard. Yep, the children's stories of huntsmen and huntresses. Makes sense. Two became inseparable, and it was during their time together that he developed his semblance. Hunter had protected Emir from people who wanted to get close to him for ulterior motives before. And after the blonde boy got his semblance, it got a bit worse. Really? Get closer to him for ulterior motives, and after he got his semblance, got a bit worse? I guess more shady organizations would want to get in touch with him because, like, hey, you can mask yourself as someone else. You can, you know, use that to our benefit. He was on his way to meet his friend for lunch when he found him surrounded by people who were trying to get him to use his semblance for things that would get him in trouble for various reasons. You're right, Daisy. I should just keep reading. Hunter is not a leader. Ah, okay. Emir's the leader. Interesting. Argentum is the fifth member. I may have changed their name. Ah, okay. It's really like, I choose you. Exactly. Yeah, I really just need to keep reading, huh? When he let out a sharp whistle, he just wanted to get everyone's attention. No one expected a pack of hunting dogs to appear and rush the crowd, who ran away in fear. The boy stood dumbfounded as the pack disappeared, and then they made eye contact and started laughing. When they entered the academy, he was excited to have his best friend as his partner and was ready for the adventures their team would have together. Symbol's hunting dog head in fog. Now, I am curious. Like, I like the semblance. The semblances, both semblances are balanced so far. I like them both. When it comes to Hunter's semblance, specifically being a pack of hunting dogs, does that tie into his life at all before that? Would there be any particular reason that they would be hunting dogs? Like, is that something that he had a connection to or anything? How often are these reviews? Generally, I try to put them every 3 to 4 months. Is when I like to have them. But other than that, yeah, that's really solidly designed characters. Both of them so far. The third member is Hearth Argentum. I thought Argentum was the 5th member. Inspiration Loki. Oh no. Oh no. His childhood pet was a hunting dog. I've decided. There we go. That makes sense. A dog that maybe, perhaps, kept, maybe not necessarily vagrants away from the property, but kept unwanted trespassers away from their family home, family property, by chance. And when he wanted the bad people to get away from his best friends, might make that connection. Definitely didn't come up with that one on spot. Just good to have things to tie together, right? Hearth Argentum, Loki-inspired character. This is gonna, Norse god of lies and trickery, on the same team as someone who's blunt and honest, on the same team with someone who struggles to be genuine with people. You're putting yourself in an interesting position writing all of these characters together, and this is just character 3 out of 5. 3 or 4 months is good spacing, gives users time to get stuff together. Yep, gives them time to get stuff together, gives them time to build up channel points, and yeah. It gives me also time to plan out like when the opportune moment for the next one. Next one would be possibly a protector of children and a god of the hearth. Throws kids' baby teeth into a hearth to ask for Loki's protection. That's a thing? Huh. Trixie. Yet benevolent protector of home and family? That doesn't sound like the Loki I've heard in the many iterations of Loki, but the actual, like, mythological version of Loki, maybe. I don't know. That's curious. Name meaning traditionally where fires were made to heat homes. Yep. Hearth. Latin for silver. Ooh. Aura color is burnt orange. Aged 44. Gender fluid. Faunus. Deer antlers. How large are these deer antlers? To the point where Hearth has difficulty fitting through some doorways? Like how big we talking here? Home is Mistral, sort of fused with fire dust. Fighting style, close range. Do they ram people with their antlers? Do they go ramming speed? Hearth semblance is showstopper. Can create many small illusions. Swarms of butterflies, bouquets, etc. One big illusion is difficult, but not impossible. The more small parts there are to an illusion, the more aura is used, and the more control that would be necessary too. Depending on size, the number of illusions can last from a minute to an hour. Anyone can see them. 3 illusion semblances all on one team. Wow, this is... They're going to be just a pain in the ass to fight against. They must have... Their opponents must have been so thrilled during the Vital Festival tournament they cannot tell what's real and what's not. Personality. Hearth is a shy yet mischievous person whose favored form of affection is teasing, and who enacts revenge through increasingly elaborate pranks. Oh no, he makes people's lives a living hell. Got it. He tends to be very quiet when first meeting people and gets more confident as he gets to know the person. But if conflict begins to arise in the group, she or they tends to shut down. She was the victim of much bullying in her childhood and early into her years at Haven Academy, so she doesn't do well with conflict, and rarely be the first to approach someone else. The only person to skip the initial shyness was Leith Patami? I'll see the pronunciation once we probably get to the character, because enamel, that's the L, most likely. She didn't have a good first impression of. Oh. Skip the initial shyness was Leith, which she didn't have a good impression of. Hearth is very protective of what he views as his and the people he cares about. So having a stranger in a place they viewed as their safe space had overridden their shyness. This kind of confidence only grows over the years of knowing and working with Team Enamel. Toon Force goes crazy. Yes, Toon Force would not work as a semblance, though. Overlooks casting pronunciation. Loki video? Oh, no. Backstory. Hearth lost his parents when he was 12 to a Grim attack, after which he was reluctantly taken in by his uncle and cousins who treated him poorly because his father was a faunus, and he inherited his antlers. They became the scapegoat child and only got along with one cousin named LJOS, based on Balder. Los? Would it be Los? That would be my guess at the pronunciation. Who was sickly. He developed a semblance at 13 during some training with his uncle and cousins. Also, his uncle and cousins still, quote-unquote, trained him. They weren't going easy on her. Yep, nor were they going to go at a pace she could reasonably follow, as expected. They used it as an excuse to nitpick every mistake she made and comment how she apparently was in training. How slow she apparently was in training. She went to see Los to vent afterwards, and while describing what happened and how badly she wanted to do something about their treatment of her, her semblance activated, creating a small swarm of butterflies that moved around the two of them before disappearing. Interesting. I'm so curious how this one would particularly trigger the small swarm of illusions. Yeah, you gotta go kill the boss bird? What do you mean? I'm not dying, not yet. The two shared a look and silently agreed not to tell the rest of their family. Outside of school, Hearth would only practice in private or when alone with Los. When it came time to pick an academy, he wanted to go as far away as possible, but he was the only one who didn't baby his sickly cousin, no matter how much it got him in trouble. Decided to go to Haven Academy, which was only a day away, since they didn't want their cousin to be alone with people who thought he was completely helpless. I mean, the fact that Los would be able to get into the academy is a testament to how strong they would be, even if they are sickly. Joined the team a bit after school, not wanting to spend any more time with her school team than necessary. Oh, they were a year behind the others, but talked with Leith a lot during school because they shared some of the same unwinding spots. Leith ended up introducing them to the rest of his team after it's their team picking on them and how the two of them were a bit closer. Interesting. So they're part of a different team initially because aged 44, they're 2 years younger. So they're part of a different team initially and kind of got adopted by an older team later on, I'm gathering. Chaos, don't tempt fate. Which school do you think the hardest is to get into? Probably Atlas, since a lot of the jobs available in Atlas are probably with the military, and you could get better jobs by being a huntsman. But okay, that makes sense. 2 different teams that get incorporated to one after graduation. Will make sense. Leith Patami, inspiration Thanatos, a Greek psychopomp, Grim Reaper, associated with the river Styx. Name meaning is butterfly, associated with Thanatos, Greek for river. So name meaning is butterfly, yet does not have the semblance that creates butterflies. Interesting. Aura color is dark blue, but I guess that's what inspires Hearth's semblance to create butterflies. Wait. No, because it was Loth's that... Was Loth's name changed to Leith? Or vice versa? Because it would make sense that Hearth created butterflies with their semblance while talking to Leith, who has the name that means butterfly. But I'm not seeing the connection with Los. Ljos. If that's the correct way I'm pronouncing it. Age 45, gender male, human, home is Mistral. The weapon is dual sickles, chain sickles, so like Emerald's weapon then. Commas, essentially. Fighting style close to mid-range. Semblance, Leith's semblance, storm clouds, allows the user to sense the malicious intent behind people's actions and words. When active, it appears as a cloud behind a target that appears darker the more malicious the person intends to be. He can't sense any other intentions, nor can he tell what the intentions actually are. Most specific, he can get is how genuine or malicious the person is. Ooh, able to read people. So having someone who can read people on the same team as someone who is genuinely or generally not genuine with people. The team dynamic is becoming more and more complex. Leith is a very aloof person who is hard to read if you don't know him. He prefers to spend time with others, but doesn't always want to be doing something with them. He highly values loyalty, and when the team is first formed, he thought that his partner, Malum Styx, didn't really care for the rest of them, since he was rarely ever there. Thanks to the meddling of his other teammates, he found out that Malum was probably one of the most loyal people he could have met, and grew a great respect for him. He and his family eventually started to help Malum with his brothers, which allowed him to spend more time with his team. While still a bit hard to read, his teammates know him as a very caring person who would do anything for those he considers family. Okay. So yeah, Leith is definitely a member of Team Enamel, so it's only Heath that gets kind of adopted into Team Enamel later on. Not Los? LJOS? Interesting. I'm guessing there's some story reasons why that doesn't happen. Backstory. Leith's parents were extremely neglectful to the point where he and his twin brother, Nikta, were basically raising themselves. Leith took on the role of big brother and did his best to make sure the two of them could actually eat, and Nikta made sure that he was physically well. They leave their parents as soon as possible, mainly because their teacher notices the overprotectiveness towards each other and calls Remnant's Child Protective Services. Yup. I don't know if, like, Remnant as a whole, but each individual kingdom, except for Rakuo, probably has something like that. He developed a semblance shortly after he and his brother entered the system. He didn't know who to trust and had heard enough potential parents talk about things they didn't want people to hear. First time it happened, he was talking to someone who was looking to adopt, and a cloud seemed to grow behind him. The cloud became dark when he talked about scouting things out for his sister, who already had children. Figured out why he was looking. After some terrible time in the foster system, the two got placed with an uncle who runs a clinic and live much better, but are still pretty dependent on each other. While he didn't really care about protecting people, Leith decided to become a huntsman a few years later. He became partners with the overbearing Malum Styx, who never seemed to have time for his team outside of his classes and lunchtime. But thanks to their teammates' meddling, the two were able to learn a bit about each other and began to grow closer. He now sees his teammates as brothers and routinely checks in with Malum to see how his younger brothers are doing. So, interesting how Leith became a huntsman, but as far as we're aware, Niktha did not. I'm guessing Niktha maybe found their own way in life, but to become a huntsman, they'd have to make that choice at the age of like 17. So he would have to leave Niktha, maybe seeing it as a way to support themselves. Interesting. And the symbol is an upside down torch. Ooh. All right. What was Heath's symbol? Or is that still up in the air at the moment? And the last member of the team is Malum Styx. Inspiration? Hades. Most simple one of all of them. Name meaning Malum Granatum? The Latin name for pomegranate. River in Greek mythology found in the underworld. Aura color is light gray, age 46, male, human, mistral. Weapon is a spear/rope dart. Ooh, mid-range. No semblance. Personality, we'll get to it. I see. List was never in the academy. Niktha works either under their uncle in the clinic. I meant to change the butterflies to several balls of light. Okay, still up in the air. Makes sense, because it just... I could draw the connection between Leith, whose name meaning is butterfly, and the closeness that Hearth felt with their childhood friend. That would make sense, but if it's just balls of light, then that, okay. It's a little bit more ambiguous. Makes sense. Makes sense. All right, so... Oh, Malum's the character that's still the most in progress, but very well-designed characters thus far. For Malum, he's the oldest of 3 children, with about 5 years between him and the middle child, Nero, and a decade between him and the youngest, Calum. His parents hadn't planned on having more than 1 child. Oh, so they ended up dumping responsibility of raising the 2 youngest on him, even though he was the favorite. I see. 2 oopsie babies, huh? When he was 18, after an incident where his parents' neglect resulted in his youngest brother becoming terribly ill, he ended up having to take both of his brothers with him when he went to Haven Academy. This time split taking care of his brothers, attending classes, and working, it was difficult to get closer to his aloof partner, Leith. The two eventually overcame their differences thanks to the meddling of their other teammates and became like brothers, both understanding the lengths they would go for those they considered their families. The symbol is the pomegranate, which would make sense because if he brought his brothers with him when he went to the academy, I doubt the brothers would be able to stay with him at the dorm, so he would have to live off campus, which means that he would never be able to really spend much time with his team after hours, so ergo leads to the dynamic. Los pretty sure means light. There we go. There's a good connection. Okay, that all makes sense. Yeah, very well-designed team. I like it. The fact that Malum has no semblance is interesting as well. Focuses more on the spear fighting with the rope dart and everything. Seems like a lot of mid-range fighters, which makes sense, mid-to-close range. Which is, what RWBY's known for. Most fights are close range. Very few of them are distance. So it makes sense with Emir being the distance, the sniper if needed. But yeah, seems like a well-balanced team. Interesting that there's 3 different illusion semblance on it. But yeah, I like it a lot. Couldn't think of something to fit it. I also realized how many illusion semblances I gave them. Illusion semblances are fun. And it gives... Each of them have the proper connection to, like, each of their team, or, like, each of the individual members who have those semblances. Yeah. They could all serve different purposes in battle or in reconnaissance stealth missions, etc. Emir especially has one that's more, well, yeah, they'd just be a nightmare to fight. Let's just put this in the scope of the Vital Festival tournament. 4v4, the team that's going up against Team Enamel, all of a sudden, at any point in time, they could end up fighting against their own teammate, which would throw them off because Emir could mask themselves as the teammate. And then they could also have a pack of hunting dogs sent after them. And then there's all these weird little orbs of light that are flying around and distracting them at every turn. It would be a nightmare to fight this group. On the wrong range fight I have for the Atlas RWBY is the Night Watchman incident revolving Leonardo of Team Atlas. Ooh, okay. But yeah, solidly designed team. Well-designed semblances. Weapons seem pretty well thought out too. Yeah. Other than the comments I was making while I was reading about just connecting the awakenings of the semblances to like a person's backstory and or the situation in which the semblances were created, that's or unlocked. That's honestly about it. Anything that you'd like me to add? Anything you'd like me to comment on? Any questions you have? Hearth wouldn't have been part of the team yet. I use the Vital Festival tournament as an example. I know that Hearth wasn't part of the team yet, but still, after they graduated, if they went up against an organization of criminals, it still stands. The criminals would be fighting against their own boss or their friends or what have you. To go to the Vital Festival would just be Emir, Hunter, Leith, and Malum. Oh yeah, I know. Still, pack of hunting dogs fighting their own teammates, it still stands. That still stands. So it'd be an interesting fight to say the least. But yeah, is there anything else you'd like me to comment on, or do you have to get to D&D? Yo, well, big yawn, buddy. Are you sleepy? Oh yes, you're a sleepy kitty. Oh, big stretch. Yeah. Stretch out them front paws. Any suggestions for semblances from Malum? Should leave him semblances. Leaving him semblanceless is always an option. It creates for a character that would be more specialized into like physical aura enhancement and more into combat. Well, just the three siblings. Like he would, based on him caring about his siblings, and after an incident where his parents' neglect resulted in his youngest brother becoming terribly ill. I know his inspiration is Hades, but he could have a semblance that awakened due to his brother becoming terribly ill, and it was thanks to his semblance that it helped stabilize him enough. Maybe not necessarily cure the illness. You could give him a healing semblance that helped stabilize him or increase his body's ability to make antibodies for an illness, that it helped his brother fight off the illness at least enough so that he could get to a doctor where he could get help. Something like that. There's an easy opportunity there for not necessarily a healing semblance, but one that would have medical advantages with it that could help a person's body fight off illnesses. It wouldn't heal things like cuts and scrapes, but sicknesses and things like that. It would help a person or help their body fight back more. It's an idea, at least. Just based on the little backstory I have, that seems like the most... it seems like a pretty big trigger there because it caused him to leave his family, take his brothers with him due to the neglect. Other than that, because it doesn't seem like his parents necessarily abused the younger children, it was more that they just neglected them. So it doesn't necessarily fit to have him be given a defensive semblance, where he would need to defend his younger brothers from his parents, but it certainly seems, given this backstory, that the semblance if he were to awaken one, would be triggered by something wanting to help his brothers. I like the idea of living without a semblance, then yeah, absolutely. It sounds like a strong semblance. It would be... It's actually not that strong of a semblance. It's very useful in certain fields. Like if he became a doctor, that like a semblance like that would work very well for someone who is a doctor. There is no combat capabilities for that semblance, and it is only increasing another person's ability to heal themselves, like increasing... It's almost like increasing their metabolism, for example. It's increasing the body function of that person. Partly written a moment where Malum and Leith actually get closer. Oh, cute. But like semblances like that would be okay because it's balanced in the way that it only affects one specific thing, and it's not just boosting the entire healing factor. It is only boosting a person's the body of another individual, their ability to create antibodies, that type of thing. But yeah, that'd be the thing that stands out the most to me. But leaving him without a semblance, that's always an option as well. That is always an option as well. Are they ethereal like Sun's clones? Sun's clones aren't ethereal. They do have a physical presence. I think ethereal means that they're not physical. So Sun's illusions are physical. Emerald's illusions, well, hers are hallucinations. They're only seen by the person who her semblance is using it on, but they're ethereal, I believe. I should look up the definition of ethereal, just so I'm not talking myself in circles. Extremely delicate and light in a way that seems too perfect for this world. That's what ethereal means? Really? Heavenly or spiritual? Huh. Because Sun's semblance would not be ethereal then, because they're a little bit more durable. Interesting. Is there anything else you'd like me to touch on, though, Daisy? Are they illusions? Well, it is specified that they are illusions, so they're not actually real, but they would startle him. So they're not like aura constructs. They're illusions in this case. Yeah. It is an illusion semblance. Yeah. I was the one who possibly, I think I mentioned that maybe they were physical, but, nope, they're illusion semblance. Still, having a pack of hunting dogs coming running at you at any point would be just, yeah, would be a lot. Think that's it? All right. Well, thank you for sharing your characters, Daisy. This was a joy to read through. And yours as well, Nyx. Yours as well. Like, great design characters all around. Thank you for sharing. And I look forward to seeing where this team goes. And if you're going to tie them into your other team as well, or teams, plural, as well. I have 10 tabs open. Oh, no. One of those days, huh? Gotta go now. D&D starting. See you, Daisy. Thank you for joining in, and thank you again for sharing your characters. I hope you have fun at D&D. I hope you have fun. And you're welcome, Nyx. I'm happy to review characters. I'm happy to encourage the creativity of people in the fandom. It's something I love seeing. It's something that was always intended for the RWBY universe. It's supposed to be a place where people can create all kinds of different characters. And I'm happy to... 900 until 20k serious. Nice. Yup, it is your turn, Coco. It is your time. It is your turn. Let me exit out of that. Let me go to here, go to Discord, go to here, open this. Ooh. Let's go here. We can go here and here. Let's do this. Yeah, maybe this is gonna be better. Yeah, we'll go with that. All right. Val, hello. Hello, how are you? How goes? All right, then we can switch over to here. And we are good to go. Alrighty. Let's go here. Any more RWBY content on YouTube soon? I'm hoping to. I'm hoping that after tomorrow, I can get back to doing more RWBY videos, because tomorrow is the last tournament that I will be actually judging at until, like, next March. So, like, 5 months. I'm hoping to be able to get back to things. I am going to one more event in December, but other than that, I'm hoping to be able to just try to focus on YouTube more after that. But I can't promise anything because my job is still mentally draining, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to try, though. I am going to try. RWBY Dread is so bad. I know. And that's why, another reason why I want to make more RWBY videos, because, like, I want to keep the RWBY enthusiasm alive. All right. Fernero Fontaine wasn't in a good way. Oh. All right. So, Remnant Universal Public Records, Beacon of Academy Legal Records. General information. May not have all the answers you desire, but do not despair, for that is normal. It is our impulse to look too far, see too much, and dive too deep into questions never meant for us. The past tempts us, the present confuses us, and the future frightens us. It is all too human. Damn, that is deep. Did you come up with that yourself? Holy... That is deep. Oh, okay. Bluesen Ceres? Or Ceres, probably. Kirchhoco. Kirchhoco? Chocolate? Or criminal. No. It came to me late at night. Damn, that is deep, Coco. That is impressive. Character backstory. Also, love the design, by the way. The shoulder armor, I don't know why, but I'm always a fan of shoulder armor. Also, the cute little ears. And the scarf is also a nice touch. And heterochromia. She's blue and red, like the Fire Emblem Engage character, like Alir. Bluesen Cerise, Kirchhoco, Choco. Also is known as Bluesen or Blue. Is an original character for the world of RWBY, created by Redacted, otherwise known as Red. She is a huntress, having been trained at Beacon Academy, born in the Kingdom of Vale, into the Kirchhoco family, one of the few renowned families outside of the more powerful Kingdom of Atlas. Is she for canon or for alternate universe? Age 17, volumes 1 to 2, 18, 3 to 5, 19, 6 to 9. Okay, so she's the same age as 3 of the members of Team RWBY. Female, Kingdom of Vale, nickname Blue, cat faunish with the kitty ears. Language, remedial English. Mother, Cherry. Siblings, Silver. Ooh, I like with the Z. I like that. Father, NA. Okay. 4'10", 50 kilograms, hair color brown, heterochromia, skin color light. Oh, negative blood. Ah, the universal donor. Student, formerly, Huntress currently. Ah, she was accelerated in the Huntress program as well. Because, well, it's kind of necessary after the fall of Beacon. Semblance, contact distortion. Ooh. Black Injustice and regular sidearm. Ooh. Interesting names. Shoulder armor, hip mounted pistol, Beacon Academy training, Signal Academy training. Okay. Blue is a Silthreaker who is fascinated by speed, but she's a somewhat naive side to her. Extremely positive, pure, and full of vigor. She naturally cheers up everyone she meets. Her early life in the Kirchako mansion was filled with much joy and entertainment. Her father was a great influence in this time, teaching about the duties of a huntress and adventures of the Kirchako family. So, born into a huntsman family. Okay. And an encouraging parents. That's good. I'm glad that there's some happy characters out there. Not that, they're like mine and all filled with trauma. Besides the teachings, which has made her relatively experienced in knowledge seeking and understanding the world around her, however, socially, she suffers from a case of autism and illness which have been kept relatively under control thanks to modern medicine. Even with these conditions, Blue has pushed herself to be worthy of bearing the name in her family. Even her origins as a faunus has led to some controversy within Valen society. She is nonetheless favored going into Beacon after her graduation in Signal Academy. Okay. Semblance. Aegis trauma. Write that down. Write that down. I mean, what characters of Seraph haven't so far? Oh no, the stream is lagging again? Oh no. Damn it. Is it... OBS doesn't say anything, so it's got to be on Twitch's end. Maybe it's just struggling today. Don't know why. Semblance, though. Her semblance of contact distortion causes physical distortion and difficulty to focus upon Blue. This causes jamming and inability upon electronic systems in return. Huh. Indicated by different eye colors. The former caused by her blue eye will glow, and the latter caused by her red eye to glow. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's Twitch, unfortunately. Originally AU, but intended for canon. Lots of things here needed change to fit. Okay. Storm distorts the connection? Maybe. But yeah, that's also why I'm asking like whether it's alternate universe or canon, because unfortunately having a different semblance ability for each eye probably wouldn't fit. Inability upon electric systems. So the physical distortion, is it only meant to interfere? This causes jamming and an inability upon electrical systems in return. So it causes physical distortion and difficulty to focus upon Blue. And then jamming and inability of electrical systems. So one is for physical people, the other is for electrical systems. Unfortunately, that is two different abilities. But contact distortion, good name for semblance, especially one that, if coming in contact with Blue, can cause a distortion in a person's aura, or maybe a person's mental facilities, or you could have it with the technology as well. Since she seems to have been raised as like a huntsman huntress, it seems more likely that she would have awakened a semblance that would affect other beings, even if it's just Grim. so it wouldn't have anything to do with like distorting a person's aura, but distorting just the mental facilities so that she could still confuse and affect the Grimm. Distortion in people or tech. Might stick with the former. Personally, I think that might fit better because it seems like, at least from what I've been able to read so far, seems like more geared towards the combat style of Huntsman rather than the, more techie side of things. Just realized an OC stream? Hello, Rail. How are you? Yeah. Tis an OC stream today. It's half cooked because very undecided. And that's okay. That's why, we can brainstorm things here. Happy to help out whenever you have comments or anything. Like even during regular streams, if you have little questions that you can ask, I'm happy to help. What time is it for me right now? Right now it is 1:30 p.m. So we'll still be live for another 3.5 hours is the plan. Weapon is Blackened Justice. Carrick's black sword designed to utilize dust. Lightning primarily, but can also use other dust types. Secondary mode, also known as gun mode, is the ability to transform into a semi-automatic rifle. Based upon the Fabrique Nationale. FN49. No clue what that is. During Beacon? Cute! Beacon before it fell. And then blue post-fall of Beacon events. Oh, Shift did the artwork. Wow. Excellent. Both talented artists. Way better than anything I could do, that's for sure. That is for sure. Love the artwork. Traveled 4 time zones in one day yesterday, so times of streams are kind of disorienting. This stream is also not at my normal time, Cardinal, so I'm guessing that might be interfering with things a little bit more than normal. Yeah. But overall, yeah. I think backstory is pretty well defined. If she's meant for canon, I think the only thing that really needs to be tweaked is just the focus of her semblance. Other than that, I think that's probably pretty good. Anything you'd like me to... Your small cat? Yeah, 4'10". She's Neo height. Shift did a good job. Shift really did. But yeah, she's the small kitty. Went from East Coast U.S. to Hawaii. Ooh. So you're stationed in Hawaii now? Are you at least able to find some time to enjoy... Like, actually enjoy Hawaii? But yeah, I think overall, like, raised in a Huntsman family. But also, the father is NA. Makes me think that something may have happened to the father at some point. And justice by any means. So far, like, this quote, like, the past tempts us, the present confuses us, and the future frightens us. It is all too human. Like, this quote, very deep, and implies that she's going to go through some stuff in her time as a huntress. Backstory might be breaking canon somewhat with the family aspect. I was going to mention that. It depends on how prominent you want to make that family. Like, would it be... It could be just a regular Huntsman family. Or one of the few renowned families outside of the more powerful kingdoms of Atlas. Maybe it could just be a family with some renown. Maybe not something like on the level of like the Schnee Company where the parents would be personally like on a first name basis with Jacques Schnee or something like that. 4K away from an OC review to Deem. I don't know if you'll be able to reach that by the end of stream, but there'll be other OC reviews. Good. Everything is out of reach for those who stand still. Okay. Yeah, midway renown. Yeah, and so it's an easy fix there. but being a positive, pure, and full of vigor in the world of Remnant, especially attending Beacon Academy. And in her first year, well, we know what happens. That's gonna be a bit rough. Her positivity is going to be tested. That is for sure. But opens up a lot of pathways when it comes to writing the character. And I think that quote is gonna play a lot of it's gonna tie in quite nicely to the things that she's going to experience. Yeah. Anything you'd like me to touch on? Any questions you have, Coco? Anything else I can help with? That's gonna change real soon during the fall. Yep. She's gonna have an arc where she needs to. There's gonna be some changes, to say the least. Small kitty. Sweepy kitty. You just are having none of it right now, buddy. You just want to sleep. Yes. The big yawn. Yes, I know. I'm bothering you. Velvet, hello! Quote us some story teases. Yeah, I can tell. I can tell. But yeah, lightning dust sword. Being 6.4k feathers to gather for the next OC stream. Shouldn't be too hard, Fabled Draconian. Shouldn't be too hard. Positivity in the world of Remnant is hard to come by for a reason. Yep. No, these bed sheets have been here for a while. 3 or 4 weeks, I think. And it's only the top sheet that's been here for 3 or 4 weeks, because this is, well, he threw up on the previous one. Thought you gave? Got a timeline set for the events of Blue? Much appreciated. I'm happy to help. Happy to help. Ash Winters, hello. How are you doing, Ash? How are things? All right. But with that, be leaving stream soon to complete some errands. No worries, Fabled Draconian. No worries. Thank you for stopping by. With that, though, we can switch back over here, and that actually brings us to the end of the queue for OC review. So, gaming time, we can switch over to Fire Emblem Engage. We can absolutely do that. I don't mind doing so because, for those of you who were here, last stream on Thursday, we ended off on a bit of a difficult point where I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to beat the map. I had an idea on how to beat it, and I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep that night after stream if I didn't figure out how to beat it. So I played for another hour after stream ended just to get to the point where, yes, I'm going to beat the map. The poster boy first? Absolutely, Chaos. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll go over your OC for sure. But yeah, I played a little bit more of the map, got it to a point where it is winnable, and I can go through everything that I did, because it's a lot of just moving characters around and passing another dozen turns or so. It is the shirt that Bloody made me. I figured for the OC stream it'd be fitting to have the Seraph shirt on. Ooh. Diego Blanca. Let's duplicate, go here. Go here. Let's go there. Perfect. Alrighty. Now, let's go over Chaos's character. We have Diego Blanca. It's doing the Engage DLC first. Oh, okay. I'm not going to do all of the DLC, I don't think. But after doing some research on the DLC map that I was struggling with, I learned some things about it. Energy for RWBY stuff has been pretty low recently. Lagging behind? No worries, serious. I mean, you're going to be way ahead of me if you're doing all the DLC stuff first. It's understandable, Velvet. It's understandable. The thing is, with pretty much everything in life, it's difficult to have, like, full passion for the same thing constantly for years on end. It's difficult. You're going to experience highs and lows, and some things in life maybe you won't come back to. Other things you might come back to years later. Maybe it's only a couple days, maybe it's a week, but oftentimes it is years. There have been things I've had I'm sure a lot of people experience this. You were passionate about things when you were younger. And then, 5-10 years down the road, you remember that thing again, and then you rediscover that passion, and then it becomes a lifelong thing after that point. There are some things where, you get into it, and then it stays a lifelong passion. Again, ups and downs may be experienced, but, TLDR OC? How do you mean? So you're gonna go slightly worse? What do you mean slightly worse? Why? Your character was good. What do you mean? Well, I mean, I guess I can't really say much because I'm always hard on myself when it comes to my OCs as well, but, Okay, Chaos's character. Showing off for canon RWBY, but open to feedback. Diego Blanca. Blanca means white in Italian. 6'4". More than 1.5... No. Not more than 1.5 times, but still almost a 2-foot gap over the small kitty we had before. Age 21. $ years before the start of RWBY. Money. Gender male, race human, left-handed. Fears acrophobia. Oh, fear of heights. Okay. I like the thing called pride in your work. I struggle with that sometimes as well. Oh, typo. 4 years before the start of RWBY. Okay, so 21, 4 years before the start of RWBY. Interesting. Became a hunt. Yeah, that's fitting. So that there's going to be 4 years as a huntsman. Assuming this character is a huntsman. Given the weapons, I'm gonna guess that that's probably a yes. But 4 years as a huntsman before the Fall of Beacon happens, meaning a full-fledged huntsman will experience the Fall of Beacon, and we get to experience the perspective of the Fall of Beacon from wherever they are in the world. Personality. Diego is a strong and thoughtful person, allowing others to speak their minds, mostly while Diego is fixing them up after battle. Oh, medic. This means he knows how to best give advice to his friends and teammates. Despite this calm and friendly nature, Diego shows his best character in combat by being full of energy, straightforward, and can get extremely giddy from fighting Grim. Ah, I see. A little bit of a battle maniac, maybe. Weapon, Salivo Gauntlets. Salivo means relief in Italian, so relief gauntlets. Covers some wrists to his elbow. The gauntlets had a white scale plating over the top of the gauntlets and a brown leather padding underneath. They both store a 4-burst rifle and 2 mini rocket launchers. Rocket launchers on Diego's gauntlets can fire many different types of dust rockets. Each mini missile has explosive strength of an RPG missile. That seems kind of strong. Gauntlets also contain a heating system to reduce the effects of Diego's illness in his arms and hands, which allows him to fight and use his semblance safely. No, an explosion lover. I see. Dust types used. Fire, electric, rock, gravity, and wind. That's a lot of different types of dust. Fighting style. Diego primarily fights using his gauntlets' built-in weapons. However, he also fights the hybrid fighting style of slugger boxing and swarmer boxing. His hybrid fighting style allows Diego to throw hard punches and combo them while applying unstoppable pressure onto his enemies. His semblance is fraction. This semblance allows Diego to cause harm to anything he touches, punches from objects to structures and people by causing cracks in the weak points of what he touches. However, due to his illness, when he uses his semblance, he runs the risk of damaging his hands. Now, when he uses his semblance, his hands give off a white glow. How do these cracks... Like, how... What do you mean by cracks? Causing cracks in the weak point of what he touches. Because that seems strong if it immediately just targets the weak point. Is it like when he punches something or puts pressure on something, that pressure immediately goes to the weakest point? Like if he's, putting pressure on someone's arm, if they have a weak wrist or a weak elbow, it just puts the pressure there. Half an RPG missile. This is Gen 8 music, no? Maybe? Yep, it's Pokemon Sword and Shields. It's the Marnie battle theme. Interesting. Aura color is white. Backstory. Diego is the son of a doctor couple who live in town in the Vale Kingdom and has connections to Patch Island. During a Grim attack, Diego was by himself outside the village in the forest collecting medicinal herbs for his mother. As the Grim attacked him, Diego activated his semblance to defend himself. However, despite killing the Grim, he passed out due to the pain of his illness. After waking up from the event and explaining what happened to his parents, Diego was offered the opportunity to go to Pharos Academy by the huntress who saved him, who knew Diego's father. Shortly after moving to Pharos Academy, Diego got into a fight with Jay Ogun, which resulted in Diego's jaw being slightly dislocated. Rough fight. After the fight, Diego created his gauntlets, Sleevo gauntlets, the relief gauntlets, and started to develop his fighting style as well as experimenting with different dust types to add to his mini missiles. During a training session, Diego and Jay were forced to fight against each other, which resulted in them gradually becoming friends. While he was at Pharos Academy, Diego helped his fellow students who got injured out from training, which allowed him to develop his medical skills. Diego then graduated to Beacon Academy, where he joined Jay, Oliver, and Tom to become... I always forget the name of your team, Chaos. I'm sorry. I forget the pronunciation. It was early J for you, I see. There are aura-like cracks to symbolize the weak points being shattered. If someone has aura, the effects are weakened. He needs to be touching the weak point. So he doesn't just know where the weak points are automatically then? Yeah, it is Pokemon. I can barely hear the sick tunes. I can increase the volume of them. I just didn't want them to be too loud on stream. I can increase the volume of it. That's no problem. I just don't want to end up blowing out people's eardrums. Yeah, he needs to know the weak points. Interesting. Continue to improve his combat skills and understanding the biology of all creatures of Remnant in order to use his semblance better. Okay, that makes sense. When not in lessons, Diego spends his free time either spending time with his friends, working on growing medicinal herbs in the Academy's farm, or working as a doctor with permission from Ozpin. Okay. Star Wars Shatterpoint. Okay. Now, you're open to feedback, yes, Chaos? Well, let's go over the images first. Design gauntlets. Okay. Missile launchers in there. The guns. Commission Mara to draw this. And Maki. Oh, I've seen this image before. Yeah. Diego's dad and Diego's mom. Aw, family meeting the team. It's Fire Wolf armor. They have armor in Canon RWBY? Side armors, but Commission Mara to draw these in their poses. This I'm gonna say that these are probably non-canon for the armors, because we haven't seen those in Canon RWBY yet. For Diego, I will say for Canon RWBY, he seems quite strong. Because he's a skilled boxer, so skilled at close combat. He can use 5 different types of dust, as well as being a very experienced medic. All before he graduates the academy. Plus having a semblance that deals extra damage to people's weak points. It seems like a lot for one character. Captain Gaming, hello! OC stream's going well. I've had quite a few OCs thus far already. To learn a lot more people couldn't nerf better. That's okay, Chaos. It just... like, he's... I think... it seems like a lot of his personality is leaning into the medical side of things, right? So, from my perspective, and I'm just going to be giving my own thoughts here. I mean, no offense. I'm not trying to say one way or another, but it seems like, you know, developing his medical skills is something that he likes to focus on. When not in lessons, he spends his free time either with his friends, working on growing medicinal herbs at the academy's farm, or working as a doctor. So, being a doctor is... have no aura. What? Serious? So it seems like the doctor aspect is a very important aspect of his character. Which... if he's going to be, which would lead to him, in my opinion, being a very technical fighter. If he spends his time learning to, you know, learn where people's weak points are, being able to, he's a very analytical, very technical fighter. So the boxing makes sense, where he would, you know, want to aim for people's weak points. And then the semblance... seems difficult to balance because it's dealing extra damage specifically to weak points. If he happens to land a blow on someone's weak point, it... is the intent specifically to do extra damage to a weak point, or when he lands a blow on someone, it kind of scans their body and leaves an aura-like crack on their weak point, so he knows where to target later. Because if it's automatically just dealing extra damage to a weak point when he doesn't exactly know where that weak point is, extra damage to the weak point. Because in a fight, you're going to be landing multiple hits anyways. It might make sense to have a semblance that helps him locate the weak point, where it is then marked on a person's body. And then, so the two different boxing styles, Swarmer and Slugger. Swarmer, giving the name Swarm, that sounds like a flurry of light blows. Slugger, you know, larger, slower, stronger blows, is what I'm going to guess. Because if that's the style of fighting that he's used to, if the semblance, he would use his semblance with the swarms, the flurry of light punches to find where the weak point is. Then once his aura is able to mark where that weak point is, then he would switch to the Slugger style of boxing to be able to hit those weak points harder. That seems like it would kind of fit. Has no aura to be more hesitant to battle. If the person has no aura, then they wouldn't be able to use their semblance. Unfortunately, I don't think removing a person's aura is a good way to balance. They could have a weaker aura and weaker constitution, but I think balancing the abilities in and of themselves with what they can do and what a person is capable of is a better way of balancing rather than just removing other aspects of a character. And then the ability to use 5 different types of dust seems like a lot as well. Weak fragile aura could be a way of balancing. But I don't think it's necessarily needed in that aspect. I think balancing what the semblance does, because just immediately being able to find and deal extra damage to a person's weak point seems like a lot. Even Tyrion's semblance, for example, that creates weak points in a person by, creating gaps in their aura, it just creates the gap. It doesn't deal the extra damage. He has to take another swing to be able to deal that extra damage. So I think being able to just immediately cause the extra damage right away might be to have it highlight the weak point. I'm just throwing out ideas to balance it. That might be a good idea to highlight it, because then it doesn't mean that he's immediately dealing extra damage, and it also adds the extra benefit of, well, he's in a team, so if he highlights the weak point, another member of his team could take advantage of that highlighting. It adds to more extra teamwork, because the way I'm reading this right now, it seems like Diego can do a lot of stuff on his own without needing a team. He can do pretty much everything. He's both the medic, the frontline fighter, the distance fighter with the rifle and mini rocket launchers, as well as the dust specialist being able to use 5 different types of dust. It's a lot for one character. And it seems like, based on the backstory, that the medical side of things is what his character would likely lean into. Not much of it seems like he'd be interested in, like, the explosiveness, the hybrid fighting style allows Diego to throw hard punches and combo them while applying unstoppable pressure to his enemies. Yeah, he's the medic, but that can throw unstoppable pressure. Like, I don't know. When he RWBY OCs, aura breaks easily, for example. Like, I like his design. Don't get me wrong. I like his design. Having a character that is specialized into being a doctor, that has that more technical side of him, is really interesting. And the fact that his semblance could affect himself as well. Unfortunately, if it marks the damage, then it doesn't really have that double-edged sword type of thing to it. What is the illness that was mentioned? You said he has an illness in his arms. What illness is this? Strength of his aura, so if he uses semblance too much, he can destroy his own aura and his hands. What illness is it? I'm curious. Another possibility for the semblance, rather than specifically targeting weak points, is that the semblance creates those weak points. By repeatedly hitting the same location, each subsequent hit deals slightly more damage. And thus, with his hands, the more if he overuses his semblance, it could rebound back on him and he deals slightly more and more damage to his own hands. Would that be something? Sustained hits, yeah. Because that kind of keeps in line with everything that you're trying to do with the semblance. Can cause harm to anything he touches, punches, from objects to structures, and people by causing cracks in the weak point of what he touches. It doesn't necessarily need to be cracks in the weak point, just makes a weak point. And it would take, like, multiple subsequent hits for him to, like, start dealing serious damage, because if he hit something once and then hit it a second time and then, you know, he caved in someone's chest, that'd be a little bit too strong, but, you know, mark something and then that gives him a weak point to aim for. Oh, it's a 40k reference? Oh. That might not be exactly what you intended, but I just feel like being able to deal extra damage immediately to someone's weak points might be a little bit too much for his semblance to allow him to find that, because I'm not sure how exactly that would work with finding the weak points. He'd have his medical background, though, to know where weak points are generally in a person, and given his medical background, he'd be able to see the telltale signs of if, you know, someone has a limp, if they're a little bit too heavy-handed on their right side. Okay, maybe their left side is weak, so he'll aim his semblance at their left shoulder, create a weak point there, and deal extra damage there to incapacitate them. His hands to be brittle and cold. Yeah, so that might work with creating weak points, because his medical knowledge would allow him to discern a person's weak points through fighting, and then when he decides to use his semblance, can create a weak point, start attacking that spot where he created the weak point, deal the extra damage, would still run the risk of damaging himself, because if his hands are brittle, needing the gauntlets, then yeah, that could definitely work, if that's something you're interested in. I'm just throwing out ideas here. Absolutely, I don't want to dictate what you do with your own character. Just tossing out ideas. I'm also curious, though, was this illness something that he was born with? And if so, why did he choose to become a frontline fighter and a boxer specifically if his arms have always been brittle? It seems like a lot when he attacks, he's creating a crit point. That's why I specifically put in the limitation that it is creating it in one spot, and it would take multiple subsequent hits before he's dealing heavy damage. It's not just hit once, then the next hit cripples the person. It's multiple subsequent hits. It's dealing slightly more damage with every subsequent hit. If they get hit in the same spot for like the 8th or 10th time, then it's dealing like that one hit is knocking the wind out of you type thing, or like he grew up into the illness. Okay, so he learned to fight before the illness started taking full effect. That makes more sense why he specialized into being a boxer. It's because he was fighting that way before the illness started taking effect. Okay. Then, when he got into the academy, that would make sense why he would make the gauntlets not only to support his arms, but also to be a bit more of a distance fighter, having something to keep people at range with the 4-burst rifle and 2 mini rocket launchers. So give extra support to his arm and ranged capabilities. If he's worried about damage to his weak arms, so wasn't there for most of the story. Could want to end the fight quickly. Just can't fight a battle of attrition. That's true. But it seems it could be either he rushes in, ends the fight quickly. But it doesn't really seem like it would allow him to throw hard punches, combo them, and apply unstoppable pressure. Is the thing. It'd be very brief, but then his arms would be paying the toll for it later. Suffers badly if he's stuck in a long fight. Yeah, and that's why I think he'd probably be more of a technical fighter, especially with the medical background. I think he'd probably fight... It would make sense to fight a little bit more defensively, read his opponents to find the weak spots, and then use the semblance to target those weak spots. I think that kind of makes sense, rather than being like a rush-in headlong fighter. Dive tanking? Maybe. Those are ideas, at least, for the fighting style, the semblance. It keeps with most of what you want, but I think it just kind of flows a little bit better together, maybe. At the end of the day, as I've said before, as I've said many times, I'm no authority on OCs. I just have suggestions. That is it. Just asking questions, making suggestions. A specific time when he feels he can do maximum damage, try to dip out if it doesn't go the way he wants. That's my take on it as well, Toothed. That would be my take on it as well. And especially with his gauntlets mainly being specialized for ranged attacks, being the guns and the missiles, it would make sense that he'd try to keep his distance, see how an opponent fights, then move in, if needed. I will say 5 types of dust is is too much for canon. Especially since it seems like the way that it's designed, the rocket launchers that he has might only have 1 or 2 mini RPGs in each gauntlet at any point in time, because they can only store so many rounds in these gauntlets, right? Even Yang's like shotgun gauntlets only have so many shells in it before she needs to reload. So if my assumption is correct, and there's like 2 on each gauntlet, like two rockets, then at most that's 4 different types of dust. Akithra, you're gonna redeem one. Okay. Well, yours will be next then. Ooh, a couple of them. So, I don't think the different types of dust are necessary. Granted, you know the full scope of the story, Chaos. You know exactly what you intend for the character, and ultimately it'll be up to you. So that would give one shot of each different type of dust, but it would only be one rocket for each type of dust. Is that really reliable enough? I think just having them be RPGs themselves with regular combustion dust, just being able to cause the bigger explosion, keep enemies at a distance, wouldn't that be enough? Or do you have a specific reason why you want to include so many different types of dust? It's going to redeem 140 because you have nothing to do? The stream said, okay, enough of that. Ran out of the reward. I can add more to the reward. You were going to redeem a full 140k. You redeemed 2, so that means I'll add another 5 to it if you want to redeem all of those. I can do that. Let's see. Edit there. Okay. Should be good to go. Should be able to redeem more. Yang's shotgun gauntlets have more than 6 rounds in them. Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. Is there a particular reason why there would be the need to have that many different types of dust? Because from what I can read so far about the character, from everything here, it would make sense that he'd just need the rocket launchers to keep enemies at a distance until he decides to go in and do his close combat. Originally for mobility with gravity and wind, and offense with fire, electricity, and rock. What? He can only store so many different ones in his gauntlets, though, so yeah, if it's for mobility with gravity and wind, I don't think it's needed. I think it may fall into the category of wanting a character to do a lot, but without needing to. Because trust me, I understand the desire to give gravity dust to any of your characters to just give them the added mobility. But the reality is, so few characters actually use that, and it's not really needed. Like, I think just having the RPG missiles... Also, an RPG missile with gravity dust, it would create such a large gravity explosion, it wouldn't really be controlled mobility anyways. Sure, it's a belt 6 of 12? Did she? Ray, hello! I could have swore her gauntlets had more than 6 rounds in it. The document link will have to be in the OC review submission on a Discord, in that channel. A belt of 12. Okay. So, yeah, that makes sense. I knew it had to be more than 6 rounds. Because it just, like... Honestly, I think just having the RPGs just be combustion dust makes the most sense. Because they're RPGs. You're not going to be able to control mobility with the explosions of that caliber. The rock dust, sure. But I think whether it creates a massive rock after it explodes or just explodes, the difference is pretty much the same. And I think the same would be this with electricity, because it's going to cause an explosion. Be an explosion of electricity or just a regular explosion. I think just having them regular RPGs would make the most sense, because you're not really getting as much utility out of the dust if it's just an explosion of it. At least that's my thinking. Half the strength of an RPG missile, that's still pretty strong. Like, because the times where we've seen dust be useful, like in projectile weaponry, like when RWBY's used electricity dust, she's only needed like a bullet, and that's been enough to electrify an enemy. Having a small explosion, maybe you hit 2 people instead of 1, but whether it's electricity or not, it doesn't seem to matter much. Because that was something that I mentioned in a couple of my OC videos, is wanting to give characters access to every type of dust when they don't necessarily need it, when there isn't a reason. Because there are dust specialist characters that do use multiple types of dust. Raven, for example, but she fights with dust blades and that's it. That is her specialty. She fights with dust blades. Zelina has dust whips. A large part of her fighting style is fighting with dust. With Diego, his specialty is not dust. He's the medical and tactical fighter. Weiss as well, yeah. She fights with dust. Granted, Weiss also fights with her summons. She has a lot of stuff going on, but taking the semblance out of the equation, yeah, she's a dust fighter. She fights utilizing the different types of dust. For Diego, that doesn't really seem to be the case. He has extra dust just because why not? Which makes him much more of an all-rounder and makes him much more of a stronger character. It doesn't really seem necessary. I'm sorry if I'm coming off too harsh. I really hate coming off too harsh, but I do want to point these things out. But that would pretty much be my suggestions, is balance the smaller missiles that he has with just the combustion dust, because I think that's going to be enough and serve most of the purposes that you'd want. He just wouldn't have the mobility that you'd necessarily want with the gravity dust and everything, but if he had only one shot anyways, it wouldn't. Yeah. And then with his semblance, tuning that to his more technical nature might work better. Up to you though. Ultimately, I'm just making suggestions, and I don't want to push my opinions on other people. I never want to do that. I always want to make sure that, well, ultimately everything I say is just suggestions, and everyone's characters is up to themselves to decide. There's various types of RPG ammo. There's heat, basically get super heat, plasma, sensor armor. They work for controlling mobility with RWBY logic. It's not so much that there are various types of RPG ammo, it's more so in the having gauntlets, you'd only be able to have so many different rockets in there at a given time. If you have all these different dust types loaded in there, you'd have like one rocket of each dust type, meaning you'd only have one shot to use each dust type. That doesn't really allow for much reliability in combat. You'd be able to use one shot of like the gravity dust, for example, or the electricity dust, and then you'd have to reload. It just, yeah, just makes more sense to have it consistent. Yeah, but overall, Great character. I love the medical background that you've specialized the character into. Having a medic on the team is something that's very few and far between in RWBY, and especially with a semblance that can target the weak points, allowing him to be like much more in tune, or having a combative style semblance that focuses or that can utilize his medical background is very unique, and I love that a lot. I'm sorry if it feels like I've been very critical during the review, Chaos, but I really do like your character. Very well designed. The artwork is fantastic. The armors are an interesting choice. Destroyer Dragon Armor. I see. Val! How are you? Is there anything else you'd like me to comment on, though, Chaos? Anything, anything you want me to touch on? Anything, any questions you have? Anything I can help with? Anything you'd like me to answer? Yes, buddy. Yes, hi. The Halo franchise happened here. Just armors that Chaos designed for each of his OCs. Those would probably be more AU, alternate universe, I'm guessing, but they're cool nonetheless. Shadowhawk armor, Dragon Destroyer, Tech Fox, and Firewolf. Yes, I'm bothering you. Nothing else? Alright, Chaos. Thank you for showing your character. I appreciate it. Yes, hi, buddy. Pretty regular character discussion. Hard non-contentious issue solved? Hopefully. Yeah, hi, buddy. Hello. The more advanced Atlas tech. Oh. I don't think this would be canon, unfortunately, because we have not seen anything of the sort. The Atlesian Paladins are pretty much the only, like, mech suits that we've seen, and their technology is a little bit far off from having full-on tech armor like this, especially with the Kingdom of Atlas having gone down. I unfortunately don't think that armor would exist in RWBY. Not for many years, at least at this point. Unfortunately. Although it would be cool. It would probably change the scope of what the RWBY universe is as we currently know it. In the works since the Great War, something that's been seen as a closely guarded secret. Again, I'd say that that's probably not canon at that point, because we have not heard anything. If it gets introduced into canon, absolutely, go for it. But that's alternate universe, because you're introducing a closely guarded secret that has never been mentioned in the show that would be, well, from as far as we know, just doesn't exist. It would be introducing new technology, introducing technology that is far and above what we have already seen from the Atlas military in the middle of a war where they were defending house and home, throwing everything that they had at the enemy. And these were never brought out. So, just, it would be non-canon. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna make those a mod RWBY, but since we haven't seen them, it can't really say it's happened. It's like pushing the boat a little too far out. Maybe, yeah. I'd have to, unfortunately, I would have to agree there. That would not, there is just no reason to believe that these would exist in canon RWBY, unfortunately. I'm sorry to say. Yes, buddy. They're cool, though. And for an alternate universe of RWBY where this technology does exist, that would be an amazing story. W8, oh, now you have a D&D game in a few minutes. Enjoy the D&D game, Ash. I hope you have fun. Daisy as well went to the D&D game. Everyone's got D&D on Saturday. I guess it's the day that most people are available, right? Yeah, sorry, Chaos. But you can always keep them from an alternate universe story. Alternate universe would be great. But, with that being said, Alkithra has redeemed 7 pages of OC review. We've got a little bit to read over here. If you're alright, Chaos, I'll switch over to close to canon AU. Yeah, one that follows canon events, but introduces your own alternate universe concepts. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but when it's for canon, I do have to be quite strict when it comes to, like, okay, this is possible in canon, this is not possible in canon, when introducing own concepts and things. But thank you for sharing your characters, Chaos. The armor looks badass for some of them. I may be a little bit partial to the Flame Wolf armor, but that's just me. Okay. Let's see. Let's go there. Go here. Have this. Okay. Alrighty. Well, we have 7 pages for 1 OC. This armor's transform into backpacks. little bit ahead of the times of technology in RWBY, but it'll be interesting to see where the alternate universe story takes it. Can have a non-canon, have a canon character with AU stories. In which cool armor? Exactly. You can have characters designed for canon RWBY, but then take them in alternate universe directions. Absolutely. Absolutely. Meow. Yes, hi, buddy. Hello. Alrighty. So, let's switch over to here. Is there a way to hide? There we go. Yeah, that works a little bit better. Okay. Meow. Alrighty then. To define the essence of mankind is to defile what makes us whole. Oh. To define the essence of mankind is to defile. Is it meant to be defile or is it meant to be define? Because they are just one letter off from each other. To defile what makes us whole. Aura, semblances, dust. What is it that makes us so in touch with our world? Hi. Name Gaza Onakona? Is that how you say the name? Onakona or Onakona? Onakona, Onakana? Time zone EST, CST. Ah, depending where we're living at the time. I see. Is writing his fire? Nicknames NA characteristics. Human, weapon, provenance. Cisgender male, age 19. Birth date, the 22nd of July? Yeah, just have fun with it? Okay. Traits NA. What do you mean NA? And then traits here. Handedness, cross dominance, learned cross dominance. That takes practice. Naturally right-handed. Olive color skin, hair color forest green, eye color is bright orange. Ooh, 5'7", same as me. Ecru. I'm gonna have to Google what that color is. It's like a beige? Is a grayish yellow or cream color. It is still defined by some dictionaries as the color of unbleached linen. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Semblance Hermetics. Okay. Professional status, affiliation, Atlas Academy, student, second year. Team Begonia, light red flower. Ooh, I like it. Personal status, alive, relatives, NA. So 19 as a second year student. 19 would probably be third year, I think. No, second or third year. It could be either one. Yeah. Okay, second year. Status alive. Ooh. Detailed character. The goggles. 2 different lenses? Damn. I like the, investigator's coat. I like the... Is that gloves in the pocket? No, wearing gloves. A lot of detail in the character. Art credits, Kozdama. Okay. Rifanen had to Google a color skill issue. Bruh, do you know how many colors there are? I'm a RWBY fan. I'm not an artist, a painter, or I don't know colors. Not gonna lie, Providence was a typo of Providence. I've learned a cool new word. Yeah. Love the design of the character. Ooh, I got the calf strap. Why did I struggle to think of the name of that body part? Her color is blood orange. Ooh. Personality. Self-proclaimed dust scholar. Ghazi takes pride not only in his vast knowledge of dust and its applications, but also believes he's on the path to unlocking its true potential. However, he's well aware that these ambitions may seem like delusions. After all, even the fictional city of Rome wasn't built in a day, and his ascent in the field of dust studies is a gradual process. Nonetheless, his aspirations serve as his driving force. Is this a canon or alternate universe OC? Should ask that out the gate. It doesn't know body parts. Bruh. I'm a chemist, and I barely know chemicals. What do you mean? Did you know brown isn't a color? What do you mean? Brown is a color? It's just a mix of a lot of other colors. Rather than seeking frontline combats against the I can't read either, apparently. Rather than seeking frontline combat against the creatures of Grimm, Ghazi finds joy in assuming the role of a supportive mad scientist, or the guy in the chair, broadly speaking. He possesses expertise in crafting techniques and technology, and is willing to leverage this advantage for the right price. He's open to making minimal but significantly impactful modifications to the weapons of those willing to trust him, although such individuals are scarce. Canon-ish. I see. This is saying birds aren't birds. Birds aren't birds. What are birds? I will say, as of this paragraph here, the supportive role, absolutely. Possesses expertise in crafting techniques and technology, willing to leverage advantage for the right price. This is a second year student, yes? He's acting like a mafia boss as a second year. What do you mean? Birds are drones. He's... He seems like he's got a lot of... Well, I'll keep reading, but... It seems like that'd be something that'd be more... further along in life than as a second year. Instead of viewing Atlas Academy as a place to enhance his combat abilities, Ghazi sees it as a tool to deepen his understanding of the world, the elements, and their interactions. While combat may sound absurd to him, he won't deny the thrill he gets from understanding others through their movements, fighting styles, and adaptability during combat. In terms of studying the creatures of Grimm, Ghazi strongly opposes the idea. In his opinion, they serve mainly as useful test subjects for dust experimentation. Despite not openly admitting it, he shares the same desire as his classmates to protect and defend the world he calls home. Yes, they are dinosaurs. This is also true. Can get the caffeine. No, they're avians. I see. He holds no prejudices and pays little heed to rumors circulating about himself or others. He prefers to meet people directly and form his judgments. It's easy to irritate him by endlessly discussing trivial matters like gossip, unless such discussions pertain to his interests, of course. Tinkering, after all, can be costly, and he requires the necessary resources when low on funds. Although Ghazi possesses a sharp, sarcastic wit, he genuinely attempts to see the best in everyone. However, he isn't particularly inclined to give second chances to those who have wronged him. Ghazi is uncharacteristically stubborn, and changing his mind on a settled matter is no easy feat unless someone equally or even more forcefully encourages him to consider alternate perspectives. Ghazi can be persuaded to explore other interests on the side, but he won't invest significant effort unless these pursuits possess theoretical value applicable to the real world. As a dedicated scholar, he takes his studies extremely seriously, often to the detriment of his health. Even at his age, he's already working on multiple theses, so he's a prodigy. Half of them, I mean, not that we couldn't tell that already, half of them focusing on the effects of dust, while the other half delves into side projects and pet theories he's been developing for months, if not years. He is a second-year student at the Huntsman Academies. Yes? I feel like I might ask this once or twice more. This includes quantifying and applying aura as a medical tool, potential breakthrough for the future. Indeed, aura may originate from the soul, but it represents only a fraction that can be tapped into. After all, thousands, if not millions of people choose not to unlock their aura. Dino Avian's my beloved. Lizard Dino's skill issue for dying. I guess so. It definitely sounds like it's leaning towards more alternate universe by delving into the different possibilities that could come of aura. This is a really interesting path to take. If taken, and based on how skilled he is and also working on multiple theses as a second year, it seems like it is leaning towards more alternate universe-ish, but it's unlocked to second year because it was for an RP. That's where it's limited. I wanted him to be older. I would recommend making him older and giving him the more life experience to be at this point. Because if he's been working for years on theses already, that puts him far ahead of his peers. But if it was locked to second year because of it was an RP, then maybe if this is the point where you wanted him at a certain point in the future, then to be a second year, we could scale it back however many years where he would be at that point. Type thing. This is something to consider, at least. But then again, should we expect anything different from a somewhat arrogant and self-important dust virtuoso? Beyond his idiosyncrasies, Ghazi genuinely desires to acquire knowledge to enhance the world and offer his services and abilities to those who can benefit from them to the best of his abilities. So genuinely a good person, even though outwardly he appears like an uncaring, unsympathetic mad scientist. Got it. Weapon. You forgot Crocs. Sharks, I see. Even survived and became birds. Provenance is classified as a dust-sustained wrist wrap. DSWW. Ordinarily concealed is a pair of high-tech gloves that extend from the tips of his fingers to his forearms. Providence design unveils a myriad of weapons, namely a rotating, revolver-like cylindrical chamber on his forearm capable of fitting 6 different types of dust per chamber, giving access to 12 types of dust in both arms. Myriad of weapons, namely a rotating, revolver-like cylindrical chamber on his forearms, fitting 6 different types of dust per chamber. Okay, 12 types of dust in both arms together, each having 6 different types of dust that connect via fuel line to a foldable and thin, narrow nozzle situated at the bottom of Ghazi's wrists. Them be looking like small gloves. Where be revolvers hidden in there? The dust... The chambers in there that hold the dust must not be very large, right? The nozzle possesses a hooked, arrowhead-like cannon at the front of it that can be spun to either loosen or tighten the stream or quantity of the substance being shot from the cannon. The fact that it's a cannon also implies that it's larger than what would be hidden in a glove, providing provenance of its long-range combat capability by firing different elements at a constant stream akin to a flamethrower. The main weapon designs are expensive and broke. I see. Cut me some slack. They're in his bones! As there was the wrong there again. Yeah, what designing weapons... I know the rule of cool does play a factor in RWBY, but... That do seem like it would be in his bones to be concealed as just like regular gloves. Since he's kind of like the mad scientist type, he could have it like incorporated into more than just his gloves, but having all of that just in gloves that appear as like normal gloves, I don't think would be possible. That'd be having like that'd be like nanotechnology pretty much, which we haven't seen quite in RWBY yet. Granted, you said it's canon-ish, meaning it leans into alternate universe, in which case, world's your oyster. You could go wild with it. Cannon monitor contacts fire shells, aka hollow projectiles, with a payload. He's got big scientist gloves. Ah, yes. So we're just talking like Vi from Arcane, just the massive gloves with the cannons in it. The tip of the cybernetically sharp claw-like fingers of the gloves can be combined into 2 singular hook-like blades that can then be fired off, yet remain connected to his arms through a thick, sharp, whip-like fabric coated in dust that gives the whip an elemental edge. With the whip itself being 14 feet long before reaching the 2 feet long cracker at the end, giving it a total length of 16 feet from base to end. So the gloves appear as normal gloves, can extend out to 16 feet, and also have 6-chamber guns in both of them. I feel like you might need a little bit more than just gloves. Club fingers can also be separated to form majorly impractical Kata 9 whips with 10 different and thinner strings, but considering he's using his own hands and fingers to control a singular whip each, more often than not, doing so only ends up with thin string-like wires tangling up with one another. Yeah, that would make sense. D&T, I'm sorry. Feel free to keep... watch the VOD. Okay, Okithra. Thank you for submitting your character. And I'll try not to grill too much. I do want to point out things for like canon, non-canon, but loving it so far. I hope you have fun at D&D. The last use of the whip, although not an intended one, is that the blades can act as a grappling hook for him to rapidly swing himself from one place to another. He hasn't fully experimented with provenance, so there's a chance could uncover new uses for the dust whip and the dust cannon. The fact that it's a cannon hidden in gloves just seems like a little bit much. But for now, he prefers to stick with the basics and what he knows. Hydrate, that's probably smart. And once we get through Alkithra's, we'll get to yours, Rail. It sounds good. So yeah, the weapon, he's a dust specialist, so it makes sense that he would work with a whole bunch of different types of dust. That makes sense. And it would... The whip, though, I don't know. He doesn't seem like the most, like, physically in-tuned character, because he seems definitely more inclined to do research, be the guy in the chair, as mentioned before. So I don't know if the whip would necessarily be needed. Just having the dust capabilities would probably be enough. I guess you'd want some physical way to defend himself. But having the gloves also be able to extend out to 16 feet might... There's a lot that's being stuffed into just these gloves, is what I'm thinking. So I think maybe sticking with the dust capabilities and then making it maybe a more... I don't know, it's something a bit more involved than just a glove. Might work a little bit more in tune with RWBY. Semblance hermetics. Simple term to define Ghazi's semblance would be chemistry. I'm interested now, given that it is essentially what can be boiled down to. Having attuned himself to dust, Ghazi can take the otherwise unstable properties of raw, undiluted dust and maximize its potency through elaborate control of his aura, allowing him to mix and match dust in all forms in rapid succession without the need of a refinery chamber or a laboratory to carefully mix the different forms of dust artificially. Thanks to hermetics, he performs to wield dust in its rawest form and purchases dust in its purest form. In percentages, it takes him traces of aura to create a sudden combustion of dust and a larger portion of aura to mix two elements without purifying the crystal and or powder in the middle of combat. An additional layer to add an extra element to the mix. So he can fuse dust. Interesting. Because of his innate control over dust, an unconventional strategy that Ghazi keeps under his sleeve is the ability to metabolize dust and inhibit its elemental effects into his hand-to-hand combat abilities in a manner not too dissimilar from those who weaved dust into their clothes or artificially injected the substance into their bodies without needing to go through the taxing process of preparing the dust beforehand. His ability to do this raw is what gives him great potency. This is a really strong semblance. Gonna ship, maybe back later, maybe not. Alright, see you, Tooth. Thank you for joining in. Just long range melee weapons, so if you want to melee weapon, they're probably best for him. I guess that's true. This is a strong semblance. To be able to mix and match dust however he wants, using raw dust crystals and being able to manipulate it in all sorts of different ways, is one thing. It's strong, but being able to mix and match the effects, I don't know if he'd necessarily be able to create different types of dust, as that would make him essentially be able to do everything that probably an entire department of the Atlas military has been researching for years. Pokaloon, hello! I got 1,000 points today. All right, nice. Make sure to tune in more. Yeah, absolutely. But then unconventional strategies to metabolize dust into his own body. I think that's like a completely separate ability. if he has control over dust to be able to mix and manage it, incorporating the dust into the gloves to then be able to fight with it raw, that could work, but incorporating it into his own body might be a bit much. Doing this, of course, takes a great toll on his body and is more or less a trump card, and a last resort he saves for only the most dire situations. It works akin to the natural conversion of energy that occurs in the body, but Ghazi intricately and meticulously controls the dissolution of dust into his muscles from the inside out to gain incredible benefits in exchange for his aura breaking the moment the effect is either forcefully terminated or his energy runs out while in this form. From combustion, combination, molding, detonation, pulverization, and even splitting of dust to its bare components of energy and elemental effect, Ghazi can generate a wide variety of effects utilizing the energy compound to its fullest degree. Rather than using sigils or markings, however, he uses arm gestures that affect the distinct type of dust to manipulate it. To mask his semblance and its activation requirement, he performs grandiose gestures amid combat to present a bombastic and theoretical persona. In some ways, it would make sense to describe him as the conductor of an orchestra when utilizing hermetics. Except that the hypothetical set of musicians is the dust he carries with him. That is an insanely strong semblance. Alternate universe? Sure. Canon RWBY? Dear Lord. That is strong. Being able to freely manipulate all types of dust. That is very strong. And that is one I don't know how to balance without making it something that's not what it's intended anymore. Skills, abilities, and weaknesses. Ghazi is an excellent technician, organizer, tinkerer, and thinker, though that should not be mistaken for skill for leadership. He performs best in a role of supporter and brings out the best in others. Outside of that, he's great at constructing nearly anything as long as he has the proper materials for it. And his hobby is to build increasingly silly battle bots. He takes a vested interest in the logistics and mechanics of topics outside of engineering as well, such as acoustic theory or filmmaking techniques. Anything that requires technical know-how will draw his curiosity. This also makes me think that he just wouldn't be in combat in general, or would avoid combat, especially if he has a whip to just keep himself at a distance or keep himself out of combat. So I don't know if putting the dust into his body is 100% necessary. Steven, hello to Avatar: The Last Airbender. Even more so. More elements than that. I hope you're doing well, Steven. Abilities. If Ghazi were to rate his hand-to-hand combat and weapon handling skills, he would give them a solid A-. Certainly higher than his average peers. That is mostly because of his impressive adaptability and on-the-fly strategies that he knows not everyone can pull off. He can use his environment to his advantage, and the dust he carries with him only help exemplify this. But he's by no means the greatest huntsman student to have ever lived. Deprived of resources, he's little more than a sitting duck. Then he wouldn't have hand-to-hand combat, though. Hand-to-hand combat and weapon handling is an A-. But then deprived of resources, he's little more than a sitting duck. That doesn't seem like he has any hand-to-hand combat skills at all then. Which would make sense. If he's the guy in the chair filling more of a supporter role, he wouldn't be a hand-to-hand combative. But if he's hand-to-hand combative, certainly higher than his average peers, that puts him at or near the top of the class. Essentially, like, maybe not at peer levels, but close to, but then having the dust capabilities and other technologies skyrockets him way above Pyrrha. That's... End of the semester just been crushing, Steven. Oof. I feel that. I've been there. But I think he can do a lot, and I'd say probably too much for a single character. I think he should probably specialize into one or the other. Because He seems more focused on his research and his dust above anything else, that he wouldn't take the time to learn hand-to-hand combat all that much, and wouldn't really be accustomed to fighting hand-to-hand combat or handling weapons, and would just focus on dust and utilize dust as his weapons, rather than being a jack of all trades in everything, and then still being a master of some, which is a lot for one character to do. Outside of combat, his acumen is his greatest weapon, and he can always be counted on to provide solid advice that just isn't hit the enemy harder and take them down. Yes, this is a dig at John in the opening battle of Volume 4, where he suggested to the team, hit the Geist harder to kill it. Don't make me rant about that. It was this stupid thing. How is he supposed to be a strategist? He's learning. He's trying. She's now close to the creator, going on a tirade about Sean. Did it harder to win. Arc. Being misutilized. Maybe. Weaknesses. Primarily, and the most evident, is how over-reliant Ghazi is on dust loadout to the point that even his weapon requires it to function adequately. Otherwise, the whole thing just breaks apart. It's just a little harder than a wet noodle. Then I think this line needs to be removed. I think that is counterintuitive to most of what we've heard about the character so far. Because hand-to-hand combat being a solid A-, higher than his average peers, that is not reflected in everything else in this document. Just gonna put that out there. Hit the Geist harder isn't necessarily a bad strategy. No, but it doesn't convey to his team what he actually noticed. Like, hit the mask. That's what you need to convey, not just hit it harder. Shutting down dust and dust-related mechanisms is the most surefire way to beat him in combat. Though another way to deal with his gimmick is to rush him down with full-on hand-to-hand combat. Solid A-, hand-to-hand, higher than average peers. Okay. I'll stop beating on that same exact point. Without his arms to perform gestures, Ghazi's control over his semblance is far more limited to simply channeling it into his weapon. In role-playing game standards, he could be considered a Gish, a sword and sorcery type of character. As middle ground between both archetypes, he seems much more geared towards the sorcery type. By effectively shutting down one aspect of his arsenal, he's left with nothing more than a foot soldier with just barely above average stamina, strength, close quarters combat capabilities. I think he would have below average. Honestly, even for a huntsman, like, he'd be... It seems like, from everything we've said so far, that he would probably, even against just the average non-huntsman character, he would still be at a disadvantage in a hand-to-hand brawl. Additionally, he tries to make up for his weaknesses with his highly agile, acrobatic combat style. But as he doesn't focus entirely on endurance training, long fights can exhaust him a lot faster than most hunters in training. Vehicle, NA, smart, because characters in RWBY generally don't have their own personal vehicles. Yang is an exception. Special character traits. No silver eyes. Let's see. Biography. Ghazi Onakona was born in the city of Atlas, a bustling metropolis known for its advanced technology and strict adherence to order. From a young age, Ghazi showed an insatiable curiosity and deep fascination with dust, the energy propellant that powered the world of Remnant. Most children his age were content with the typical dust applications. In weaponry, Ghazi dreamed of uncovering new and innovative uses for this mysterious substance. Raised in a middle-class family, Ghazi's parents, both engineers, nurtured his passion for dust. They encouraged his inquisitive nature and provided him with books and resources to further his understanding of the subject. Ghazi devoured every piece of information he could find, from historical accounts to scientific theories, striving to become a leading scholar in the field. As Ghazi grew older, his desire to pursue his dreams intensified under the tutelage of Professor Thaddeus Biteburn, the instructor of the primary combat school who originally recruited him. He became determined to gain admission to Atlas Academy, the prestigious huntsman school renowned for its exceptional curriculum in dust manipulation and combat training. However, the path to Atlas Academy was not an easy one. Admission to the academy required not only a high level of combat prowess, but also exceptional academic achievements. Not necessarily true. There are going to be... I know RWBY focuses on the combative nature of huntsmen and huntresses, but I don't think you need to necessarily be, like, extremely skilled at combat to gain admission into the huntsman academies. That is always a plus, but I'm sure that there are people who attend the combat schools, who attend the huntsman academies, which are, you know, the main schooling systems in Remnant, to learn about dust, to become scientists, to build on other fields other than just fighting Grimm, fighting bandits. So it doesn't necessarily need to, each person doesn't necessarily need to have high combat capabilities, because assuming that a headmaster and the professors, teachers are doing their jobs well, they would look at each individual student's strengths and how they would be able to survive in the world. Now, given the nature of the initiation, sure, they're, you know, for example, at Vale, they're dropped into a forest where they have to fight against the Grimm. But I think Ghazi would be able to do that with just his dust capabilities and the ability to use the whips to maneuver around and dodge out of the way of the attacks, not necessarily needing to be a close combat specialist. Reminder, Dee and Dudley. Yep, Dee and Dudley do exist. They are graduates of the Huntsman Academies. And especially in Atlas, where, well, on the city of Atlas, and in the city of Atlas, I'll just specify with that, there's not really much of a problem for Grimm because they have the Hard Light Dust Shield, so Atlas in particular would likely have a lot more research departments where they would have different curriculums for people not necessarily wanting to become full-fledged huntsmen who would be out fighting against Grimm. There'd be people for research scientists. There'd be... that is probably the place you would go if you want to go more into research, rather than, you know, Vale, Mistral, or Vacuo. I think the Academy functions as just universities. Yeah. Especially with... take that into account. Not necessarily criticism of the character. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I would absolutely take that into account, and I would... Personally, since Ghazi seems much more geared towards the dust aspects, I don't think he needs the physical combat at all, because it just seems to make him, like, almost an expert at everything, rather than, you know, the specialization which he seems to be focused on. RWBY grades John fighting abilities. Yeah, exactly. Recognizing the challenges ahead, Ghazi threw himself into his studies, striving for excellence in both dust theory and practical combat training. He spent countless hours experimenting with dust variations, meticulously documenting his findings, and pushing boundaries of what was known. Ghazi's dedication and expertise caught the attention of Professor Bartholomew Rustenberg, a renowned dust scholar who taught at Atlas Academy. Yeah, dust scholar, not necessarily combat huntsman in and of himself. Impressed by Ghazi's determination and thirst for knowledge, Professor Rustenberg became his mentor. Under the professor's guidance, Ghazi's understanding of dust expanded even further. They explored the potential of dust in various applications beyond combat, delving into its use in agriculture, medicine, and transportation. Together, they developed new theories and hypotheses that challenged the existing notions of dust limitations. This sounds like post-doctoral studies, or like master's thesis, PhD thesis, like to become a doctor of dust type thing. I think this would definitely be something more than a second year would be capable of. Even a second year as skilled as Ghazi is being described, I think this would be something after graduation. He stayed at the academy to continue his research, to continue doing that. Magus, hello. What's up? Professor Rustenberg saw immense potential in Ghazi and recommended him for a scholarship to Atlas Academy. His endorsement carried considerable weight, and Ghazi's academic prowess and research accomplishments secured his place among the students at Atlas Academy. The news of his acceptance filled Ghazi with a sense of pride and anticipation. He saw Atlas Academy as the perfect platform not only to enrich his studies, but also to collaborate with other like-minded individuals who shared his passion for dust. Given the descriptions we've seen of his passion for dust, I don't know how many, 100% like-minded individuals there would be. But I missed a lot. Stream has been going for 3 hours already. There's been quite a few. But, it's all good. It's all good. Probably still a question, but do you think a copper skeleton would fit in canon for a semblance? You're going to have to elaborate on what you mean by copper skeleton. What do you mean by copper skeleton? Stream caught me by surprise. It's okay. There'll be more OC review streams in the future. I did post it in the... It was in the stream schedule. That's the word. No worries, Magus. No worries. Everyone has their own life. Not everyone's here when I've been mentioning it on stream, because I try to mention it once or twice every stream for the last couple weeks. I put it in the stream schedule, but not everyone would even think to look at it from time to time. So no worries. No worries. As Gazi arrived at Atlas Academy, he was filled with a mix of curiosity and nervousness. He knew that his journey had only just begun. With his sights set on becoming a leading scholar in the alternate uses for dust, Gazi was ready... See, that's his goal. A leading scholar in alternate uses for dust. So I don't think the combat would be necessary. He doesn't seem like someone who would really even care about becoming a huntsman. Wanting to protect people, sure. But would want to do so through researching alternate uses for dust. He was ready to embrace the challenges that awaited him. He was determined to make the most of his time at Atlas, learn from the finest minds, and push the boundaries of dust research. Gazi Onokona was ready to leave his mark on the world of dust and make a lasting impact on the future of Remnant. I don't know if that would happen during his time at Atlas, but maybe after. Because then his studies would be complete, he would graduate, and then be able to go into advanced studies. The goal he set his mind to at the moment is the discovery of a method to transmute dust to more efficient, easier to transport liquid form to complete the trifecta of solid, powder, and liquid. I mean, as a chemist, I do gotta point out, solid and powder is also a solid. The three states of matter are solid, liquid, and gas. Those are the three generally known ones. If you want to include plasma in there, you can, but, solid and powder is not... They're the same. Powder is a solid. The solid incorporates more than just powder, but powder in and of itself is solid. As a chemist, I can confirm that. No Bono updates? No, Velvet dropped by. Because there's the type something up, though. Change skeleton copper. Something a semblance in itself. Rhodes could turn his skin to metal as a semblance. Yeah. It's always a copper skeleton. It's a property of the semblance. Wyoming, I see. So... What you're saying is you'd have... Their semblance would be that their skeleton, their physical bones, are just made of copper? I'm gonna say no, that would not be possible for a RWBY semblance, unfortunately. Trivia. Gazi's last name, Onokona, is Cherokee name meaning white owl, which aligns with the color naming rule. His first name, Gazi, means hero and conqueror. Let's not forget the other two, denial and imagination. Yeah, sorry, it's... Because there isn't a case of a semblance that just creates a permanent change in someone's body. There's no case of that happening. And I know that there's some crossover between, My Hero Academia quirks and semblances, but especially when it comes to the heteromorphic quirks that change a person's body, those are just not possible for RWBY, unfortunately. from everything we've seen of the show. Ghazi alludes to the young son of the story of the youth who went forth to learn what fear was. Oh, mainly exemplifies by a seemingly endless journey to discover the limits of what dust can do without fear of what they might mean for him. Although not comparable to the Schnee fortune, Ghazi possesses a large amount of dust that is regularly shipped to him by fellow Elysian scholars and Atlas Academy itself so he can continue his studies. As such, he always has enough to refill Providence when needed. This would definitely be something that a second-year student would not have. This would be something much later on, late 30s, early 40s, when he's an established scholar and has made a much better name for himself. Meaning Bono is Impellos. Ah, okay. Look at the big textbook word, heteromorphic. Uh-huh. There's been a few big textbook words in this overall document in and of itself. Ghazi is a chronic busybody, and when not studying, he can be found doing almost anything else. Being still makes him feel non-productive. He willingly chooses not to wear contact lenses as he feels they are uncomfortable. In truth, he's afraid of the myth that one could get stuck behind his eyes. It can happen. I don't think they'll necessarily get stuck, but they can roll back, and they're difficult to get back out. Well, it is common to often use various types of dust in tangent or even combined two, and in rare cases, even three together for new and various effects. Ghazi often pushes the volatile energy propellant together to try and cause the world's first multi-dust chain reaction to create new, unique elements, fleeting as they may be. Similarly, he's trying to do the opposite and cause a fission reaction with dust to remove anything that makes it, well, dust, and see what the components of the substance are. Despite being taken under his wing, Ghazi's views are opposed to Professor Bartholomew Rustenberg. While Ghazi aims to discover any and every possible application of dust to benefit and strengthen the combination between man and energy, Rustenberg instead explores and studies the over-reliance on a dust from mankind and how it has decreased humanity's resources in a world of dwindling resources. Ooh, that is interesting. You could write so much lore with just that difference in ideology, difference in belief of the importance of dust and how it has affected the world of Remnant. That is really interesting. And that is the end. Overall, really intricate character, a lot of thought and design put into, 7 pages for one character. There's a lot put into it. Depending on whether it's for canon or alternate universe, there are some suggestions as I've made throughout reading the document. If it's for canon, a lot of what Ghazi is delving into is just unknown. So I don't know if it would necessarily be able to be written into canon. However, to design Ghazi for canon and then start an alternate universe story with him delving into the future of dust and the possibilities that dust could hold, I think that Ghazi could be accepted into the Academy without really having much combat capabilities at all. Especially having his talents noticed by other professors and he just wanting to be a researcher. The combat capabilities for Ghazi don't really seem necessary much at all. It seems like Ghazi is just specialized into dealing with dust, learning about dust, and wanting to pursue an academic career more than a combative career. And in Atlas especially, that is fully possible for people to do. Scientists have to go to school somewhere in the world of RWBY, and they would go to school like Watts. Watts is the perfect example there. He is highly intelligent. He had to have gone to school somewhere because, him, Pietro, other scientists that exist in Atlas, which I'm sure there are many of, they had to go to school somewhere. They had to learn all of this. They're all self-taught or taught by just tutors. Just being so energy dense also makes it very hard not to be reliant on for everything. A Ghazi-related story in an AU would certainly be super cool. Yeah. Meow. If you have hop, what? I love contrasting ideologies between teacher and student. Yeah, it's like this is like that paragraph alone makes me so interested in what could come of a story like this. Unfortunately, it pretty much has to be alternate universe, exploring like where Dust capabilities could go, because we just haven't seen the alternate capabilities of Dust in the world of RWBY. So it's pretty much forced into alternate universe, delving into the prospects of the future, but damn, there's so many possibilities. As I mentioned, though, creating Ghazi for canon is just all-roundedness would need to be made a little bit rougher, because he can't be a jack of all trades, because he wouldn't have any time to practice any combat capabilities because he'd be spending all of his time researching. Other than that, though, excellent character, Alkithra. Excellent character. Well done. All the characters today have been fantastic, and this is certainly no exception. But with that being said, since Alkithra had to dip out to go to D&D, and if you're watching this later, Alkithra, I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope I was able to do your character justice while reading through. And I look forward to seeing more. But with that being said, Rail, you are up next for the OC review. I'll switch back to the webcam. Go here. You're full of energy all of a sudden, aren't you, buddy? Let's see. Go here. Okay. Rail is up next. Oh, current idea for the rework of Lapis' semblance. Okay. Let's see. Yes, thank you. Yeah, Yeah, my ear was feeling a little bit dry. I'm glad you just put your snot in there to moisten it. Thank you. Oh, it's so appreciated, Kat. Just change your stories involving your team to be AU canon diversions. Oh, okay, Chaos. Yeah, that works. Canon characters that are designed for canon, and then the story takes them non-canon. I'm curious to see, like, the mechs that you designed for your, or not mechs, but like the bodysuits, are they something that are going to be exclusive to your team, or are you going to have, is that going to be a technology that's forced out into the open due to Salem's existence being made public and that kind of combat technology becoming much more necessary? And is it going to be a technology that is going to be widely available? For example, are other people going to be getting that technology, or is it going to be more exclusive to your team? Because that would be interesting. Ember's kind of wide? What do you mean? He ain't that wide. Is he? I don't think he is. If you have a question about Lapis herself, to explain things, feel free to ask. We'll say, in fact, reworking, it is just that the old version didn't feel like it fit Lapis. Ah, okay. Perspective warp, I see. All right. Let's... Yes, hi. So confused for a second because the name of one of your characters Lapis? Ah, okay. Lapis is a good name. Lapis is a good name. Aha. Oh, whoop. Careful, buddy. Okay. They're exclusive to your OCs. They're older versions of armor held by older age OCs. Okay. So are your OCs going to kind of take point in the fight against Salem then? Because having the armor would make them a formidable force against her. Or are they each going to... Ooh. How would they fare against a maiden in combat? I'm curious how strong those armor suits are. A rework of the Semblance Lavender Den. Subject, Lapis Violeta. Ooh, Violeta instead of Violetta. Meant for cannon. Brief weapon description. A ringed dust staff. Dust includes fire, water, wind, and electricity. Okay. Old description. Could summon a purple kitsune-like fox. Varies in capabilities based on the amount of aura put in. I believe I remember this. Potential new description. Can summon a purple kitsune that can be temporarily enhanced with dust to allow for different combat possibilities. Kitsune, in its non-dust affected state, is capable of floaty jumps, little aura wisps launch from its tail. Clear about the dust enhancements, they can only enhance the existing capabilities of the summon. Wind, boost control while airborne after jumping. Fire, boost the power of the wisps launched from its tails. Water, boosts the cutting power of its claws' teeth using water pressure. Electricity, summon goes zoom. Yeah. Honestly, I think that's good. Because of the wind, since the dust would be applied to like an aura construct Kitsune Fox. The wind allows higher jumping capability. Fire can launch little aura attacks, which would pack more of a punch and also would deplete the aura of the user. Water boosting the cutting power of claws, teeth. That one's the only one that is a bit... It's not overpowered or anything. It's just... No, I guess it could fit. Oh, Arcana! Google told you the time would be 8 a.m.? Really? Huh. You did put in EST, right? Like Eastern Standard Time? Done by the forming is an old dock. Used just for semblance ideas as a whole. And then the electricity, the exact same as Weiss using the electricity for her glyphs. You get the speed boost. Yeah, I think that works. I think that works a lot better than just having the fox have different capabilities. Rather, the dust enhances the already existing capabilities of the summon. Yeah. Purple Kitsune that can temporarily enhance with dust to allow for combat capabilities. Is capable of floaty jumps and a little aura wisp launched from its tail. So... how high can this fox jump? And do you intend... Yeah. Let's head for a... Is FreeCAD so complicated? FreeCAD, is that a, like, coding software? But I'm sorry, Arcano. Welcome, though. We're glad to have you. Starting 4 years before the events of the RWBY series. Got plenty of time to do things. See how the show ends to work things out from there. Ah, okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Designing program. Still programming. It's got to be... Programs can get quite technical with if they're able to do a lot of different things. That seems like a lot. I am curious, though, with this... as for height, still figuring out the specifics, but you can generally assume to be as high as a fox can jump for now. Okay. The wind adds a little bit of airborne control. I'm guessing it's only these 4 types of dust that Lapis has access to. Because gravity dust, for example, could give the summon essentially a double jump or triple jump. Be able to jump once and then be able to jump, like, off of the air, mid-air. I guess the wind dust could also potentially be used for that, but lesser effect. I think that'd be more just directional control as you intend it to be. Gravity dust could give a double jump, but that would also involve giving Lapis access to gravity dust, and having access to multiple different types of dust might not exactly fit, etc. You quick fixed it. You're OC. Okay. Are you gonna submit for OC review then? But yeah, I think overall, this works well for semblance. Or a construct that can be augmented with dust. Yeah. Obviously, would still need to be consciously controlled by Lapis, but yeah. If we can get it ready in time, all right, sounds good. Sounds good, Arcana. Yeah. She definitely has access to gravity as well, but that's something she's keeping hidden mostly as it's emergency to get to. I see. Makes sense. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, I think that works well. I think that's good. Is there anything that you wanted me to touch on specifically with the semblance? Anything that you wanted me to help with, or anything you want me to comment on? Because honestly, I think it's well designed. I think it looks good. Yeah, right, Fluffy boy. If only you could gain the abilities of dust. Then you would surely burn the house down, wouldn't you? Yes, buddy. Yes. Yeah. Meow meow. He's so fluffy. No, just want to make sure it still works in the new form. Just gonna put it on the Strategist Fox that is Lapis. Yeah, I'd say it works. I'd say that is well balanced and works well. Yeah. All right. Then if there's nothing else, that does bring us to the end of the current queue. For OC redeems. So, Arcana, you mentioned that you might like to submit OC review today, but you still need to get stuff ready, correct? All right. Let's switch back here. Watch the cat being cat. Alrighty. And then we can go here. We can go here. So, what we could do is we could play some more Fire Emblem. If people are interested in that, who are still here. Or, let's see what other does to make mine work in. Ah, okay. Yeah, unfortunately, we've already gone through 16 pages of OC documents, I want to say. I think it's been 16 pages. Because I initially had it for 10 redeems, and Arcana redeemed 2, then 5, then Rail, yeah. If your boys in the armor can survive being buried alive by an avalanche of snow without their aura breaking. Damn. How deep under the snow were they buried? Because that's pretty sturdy armor then. Meow meow. Like, were you referring more format-wise, like how to format the document, Arcana, or were you talking more like how people incorporated their OCs into canon? Oh my god. I didn't sleep well last night, so tired. And part of that is because someone started meowing at 7 a.m. I wonder who that could have been. Huh? Yes. I had to dig for a while after they found out which way it is up. Makes sense. He's so fluffy. So fluffy. Let's see. Hi. Yes, hi, buddy. What formats? What to send in or not to send in? I got story and weapon, but not sure if the story worth the send or should just send base info. Up to you. There is the document in the OC review submissions, the document at the very top that goes over the format that it's supposed to be in, like Word document or PDF. If you submit it as a Google document, I can print it as a PDF and just have it that way. Up to you. There we go. And then we go from there. Just a general question of dust within the RWBY universe. Would there be a specific over-reliance on gravity and hard light dust, in particular if those dust types were more widely distributed? Gravity or manufactured in the case of hard light dust? They seem just so useful in their general properties for just about everything. If they were more widely accessible and widely incorporated into technology, probably. Violet Embers, hello! We've went through about 16 pages of OC reviews so far, so there's been a little bit. Currently, though, the queue is open for OC review. But yeah, if hard light dust and gravity dust were more widely accessible, there probably would be an over-reliance on it. There already is an over-reliance on dust for Atlas in particular, because their kingdom literally would not survive without it. And then Vale and Mistral are heading on that path. Vacua definitely not, because they just don't have access to the dust. But yeah. So, what does everyone want to do? Should we crack open the Fire Emblem game? Play that for an hour and a bit? Got a character working on, but haven't written down her bio. All I got is their character Gaia. If you want to submit just the one character, that's completely fine too. Do you remember if I put up Gaia? I don't remember either. I've gone over so many different characters that I don't recall one way or another. Send it. Make sure you redeem on Twitch as well. You'll need to redeem the OC review on Twitch, spend the channel points, and then submit the document in the OC review submissions chat. I wonder if you did a OC called Jade Thallow. Maybe? Once I see a character or a character description, I can often remember if I've reviewed them before, but just trying to remember off of name alone is near impossible for me to do. I've always been terrible with names throughout my entire life. Faces I'm decent with. Can't recall it. Yeah, I can't either. Can watch while work on your story. Just asking what one you want to see. I mean, the name Sylvie stands out and I'm interested. Up to you, though. Whichever one you prefer to submit. If you have enough points, you can always submit both. Whole name is 2 different shades of green. So Thallo is also a green word. So her name is Green Green. Or their name is Green Green. Got hula hoops that turn into guns. Took me forever to model the rig weapons. That does sound familiar. Hula hoops that turn into guns do sound familiar. Both are 2 pages and let's cut the story from it. Ah, okay. So yeah, that would need if each character's 2 pages, then that would be 40,000 points per character. Yeah. I'm gonna guess, Val, that Jade's aura color is perhaps green. She has green illusions. You have something to say? Do you? Meow? The CE has the Kratos weapon. Can't... It doesn't sound familiar. Yeet the cat? Do you want to get yeeted, buddy? Is that something on your agenda for today? Huh? No, I could never do that. Yeet the wolf. The blades of chaos. You may try, Val. I could yeet the cat. He's very yeetable. But no. We cannot. Yeah, the fluffy kitty. People were calling you wide earlier. All right. Well, in the meantime, I think I haven't put it in the review. I don't think so. I feel like you might have mentioned the Blades of Chaos before being utilized by a character, but I don't think it's been, I think play FE while people try to submit more reviews might be nice. I've been missing FE related stuff? Sure. We can switch over to here. Well, I need to deactivate. Sure, why not? I'll just look at the loaf. I know he's so cute. Well, the thing is, I have for the OC reviews and for the for gaming, I have a delay on the webcam and the mic so that, and I just have 2 different sources set up so it's easier for me to just switch between, because the game is always delayed due to the capture card by like 650 milliseconds. So I need to deactivate one webcam, activate the other, and then it's should be good to go. And then do this. Add the delay to the microphone, and then switch over to here. And then turn on the switch. And we should be able to pause that. go here. Okay. Should be good there. Go there, there, and there. Okay. Everything should be successfully switched over now. Ugh. Okay. All right. Now, things are going to look slightly different than where we left off last stream. So,
Fire Emblem, engage.
After last stream, there was a little bit of difficulty with the map and how I was going to beat it. So, needless to say, what I ended up doing, because it was about... Oh, really? I can only turn it back to here. Yeah, I went through a lot of turns. Essentially, what I did to beat the map is I waited for all of the reinforcements to come in, then I made sure to kill them all. I realized I picked 3 DPS characters for your team. It's a very combat-centric team then. Nothing bad, nothing wrong with that. So I took out all of the reinforcements. Then I started moving all of my units over towards the bottleneck at this side of the map, while also pulling items from the inventory for Fran to start healing up everyone just in case. Then, once everyone was in position, I used Etier, or I got Celine to open the doorway to Tiki. I used Etier to use Astrostorm and kill the one wyvern that Tiki was in there giving the crystal to, giving it the extra health bar. So I killed that before it could happen, and then Tiki started moving out along with the 2 other fabrications. And one thing that was interesting, Tiki did not give the extra health bar to either of those other fabrications. She would only give it to the wyvern. So with the wyvern dead, she just didn't care anymore. Then I had Etier slowly make her way over here as well, to the other side of the map. She waited to gain back her engage meter. And then I had everyone wait over there. And as Tiki and everyone slowly got closer, and then I waited here. I did have Etier attack fabrication in the back, and then once everyone was congested here, Sarah could only be attacked by Tiki. The other allies couldn't do, or the other enemies couldn't do anything, so I just used Etier and her longbow to continuously attack, and then I would just use I'd use Etier to snipe off the enemies behind Tiki so that she doesn't get the bonus from her ability, because when she starts a turn, she gets, where is it? This one, Geosphere. At the start of player phase, if there are allies adjacent to this unit, grants defense +3 and resistance +3 to that unit and those allies, which is stupidly strong and makes Tiki even more difficult to deal with. So without any allies, she's going to be a sitting duck. Sarah has enough defense to be able to tank hits, so I just use Etier with the longbow to kill the enemies here.
Pretty weak.
And then now it's only Tiki left, which should be easy enough
For
to kill.
peace.
Guess we can start doing some long distance damage. Tiki strong. Tiki very strong. Saline cannot do a single point of damage to her. Playing Trials of Mana. Yep. She uses the same attack, which does a lot.
Me? Okay.
Heals up 22. Physic doesn't heal as much. Wish I still had that men staff, but if I go there, heal up to 22, which is only 28. So then Sarah needs to use a Vulnerary to get back up to full health because Tiki's attack does 28 damage. However, Etier, being the monster that she is, can one-round Tiki. Because Etier is MVP of this map 100%. Without Etier, I do not beat this map.
No more. Whoa.
That was a good session.
Yep, because Tiki now gains a whole other health bar. Does anyone else have any more vulneraries? Well,
What a lovely scene.
Understood.
Antitoxin is the only other thing I got.
The Divine Dragon looked right at me.
So let's do that. Interesting design choice for a dragon form.
Here we go.
Way too used to her awakening one. Yeah, it is an interesting choice. I like it though.
I'll go first. Out.
And slowly just deal damage with Sarah and the chain attacks. Now we need to end turn here. Tiki will attack. Deal 28 damage. Ow! Yup. Then Fran. Actually, to avoid using the healing items again, should just be able to chain guard. Etier will
Here we
kill
go.
here. Yeah, she has no ranged attack. She only has one range.
Whoa.
If she had ranged attack, I would probably lose here. Okay, Etier naturally got more speed, and her strength is now 20. And now Tiki's on 1 health bar. Yeah, all of Tiki's attacks, Tail Smash, Eternal Claw, and Fog Breath are all 1 range, which is interesting. Yep, 3 damage.
Don't think so.
Chain Guard, which is a really strong ability. And then Etier can finish the fight. And then we win.
Allow me.
She's the only one who can finish the fight.
No more. I don't want to see.
Only took me 56 turns to do. Etier and Lin were the MVPs by far, and it's not even close. It is not even close.
Wow, that was incredible. I tried my very best, but you still won.
It's fine. Tiki lived. Like, she's an emblem. She was testing us. Now we get Tiki as ally. This is what we want.
You showed me your true essence as well. Even in battle, you were warm and kind. I would be ever so glad to help you. I quite look forward to working together.
Wait,
Thank you, Tiki.
what was her
Very
line?
reassuring to have you on our side.
What was her line? Oh, no. I don't want to sleep. That's so sad. You're right. I didn't even catch that.
I'm flattered to hear you say so. Oh, and it's not just me. My bracelet friends are here as well. I'm sure they would be happy to help.
You mean there are even more bracelet emblems here in Elios?
Yes, we just arrived recently. I'll tell you where they are, so you can go and meet them. I do believe they are all sleeping. I only hope they're having good dreams. I used to have terrible nightmares about turning into a beast and hurting people.
That must have been awful.
Tiki.
I'm so sorry.
It was. But it's better now. I don't have those scary dreams anymore. And now that I'm with you, I think my dreams will only be happy ones. That's why I'm so grateful not to be alone. I want to become friends with all your friends.
Oh, she's so
That
adorable.
won't be a problem. You're bound to get along well with everyone.
I cannot wait to meet them. Let's be on our way.
Yeah, I also found out that this map that Tiki is on is level scaling. All the enemies that I fought were level 16. If I was farther along in the game, they would just be higher level and stronger units. It scales with your level, so it's going to be difficult no matter how or at what point in the game you face it. So when I was looking online, everyone who I saw that was facing it was just like, oh yeah, it's not actually that hard to beat. All you have to do is just use Marth's emblem and his Lodestar Rush, and that takes out an entirety of one of Tiki's health bars. It's fine. You know, you can easily one-round her, and it's like, so I just picked the worst point in the game to go and fight this Paralog because I just had all of those emblems taken from me. Yeah. Emblem Tiki has powerful draconic attacks and can grant divine protection to her allies. The sync skill Star Sphere causes stats to increase more easily when leveling up. Broken Dragon. The engaged weapon Breath deals damage to foes in an area that changes based on unit type. Any unit can now change into a dragon. The engaged shield Draconic form turns the unit into a dragon, greatly raising stats. Engage attack Divine Blessing grants an ally a revival stone, which they will consume to recover if their HP falls to 0. She's a get out of jail free button. Or an oh shit button. Gotta love scaling opponents. Yup. So, what also made it worse, I found, because I looked up the details for the actual map itself. All of my enemies were level 16. Meaning, they were just above the level 15. Obviously, right? That's how just simple counting works. But at 15 and below, all of the enemies are wielding iron weapons. Once they hit level 16 and above, they're all wielding steel weapons. So, not only was this the worst point in the game for me to challenge this because I only had 2 emblems of my own, none of which granted dragon attack bonuses, but also because it's the point at the level scaling where the enemies jump up a tier in difficulty. Pain. We still got there though. And both Etier and Fran are now capped out on their level.
Wow.
You're all so strong. It was impressive. Why, thank you. This place is so tranquil. The air is so fresh. Provide time to meditate. Berries. Cat. I do like how we can just run around the whole battlefield.
Yep.
$250 bond fragments just on the ground. Okay. Basically dirt boss per moment. How was I supposed to know? But pretty much, yeah. It's just, there was no way for me to know because I wanted to go in blind. I wanted to experience the Divine Paralogs like as I meant to experience them, and it turns out... that, whoopsie, it ended up being a lot rougher than it needed to be. And this is... Oh. We can't even go into that room. Huh. Well, 460 bond fragments, okay. Tiki's so wholesome. I know, she's adorable. Oh. A floating island. Oh. Volcano. Oh, we can just take on any one of them at any point. 4 locations? 5 locations. Recall battle. Replay story and battle. After you complete each expansion pass map, you can play through it again as a recall battle. You can repeat recall battles as much as you like with any combination of allies. You will not earn any experience or items from these battles, however. Items and allies are also restored to their pre-battle states afterwards. Huh. Interesting. Berserker's Hollow. Bracelet has been sighted in the dank cave filled with miasma. Hero's Sanctuary. Magma Cavern. Sighting a cavern of molten lava. An island floating above the sky. Underground passage. About 35 turns. Berserker's Hollow. About 15 turns. 20 turns, 25 turns, 35 turns. Altar of Destiny. Solemn Temple. Well, there's 5 other bracelets that we can get. Though, I don't think we need to go do those right now. I know one of the others is Soren. That's it. That's all I know. But for right now, I think we've gotten enough levels to progress with the main story. If I do the Divine Parallax more, then it's gonna impact how, like, easy or difficult the story actually is.
Thank you.
So, we do have some things to do. No, emblem rings. Yeah, Etier is practically maxed out with Lyn. Wait. Ah, yes. Is maxed out with Lyn.
You're exercising every time I lay eyes on you. What spurs you to work so hard?
I could get toned, or I could lie around doing nothing. It's an easy choice.
I see. No other hobbies appeal to her. Okay. There's the Manikati, divine sword wielded by Emblem Lyn. Effectiveness against cavalry and armored. It's a low might sword, though. It's got crit plus 20, which is kind of nice. Honestly, I want to keep Lyn with Etier. But... defense plus 1, luck plus 2, health plus 5. Honestly, finally power's back. Can watch the stream without being interrupted. Welcome back, Coco. Like, I want to... Because she gets speed plus 3. Oh, no, she gets... Oh, her regular speed is... Okay. I understand what's going on now. Okay. First things first. We got some class changes to do. For little Fran here... target itself with healing, community healer staff, all adjacent allies also recover 50%. That's... Ooh. See if the wisdom from experience, their healing powers are life-saving battle. So for Fran, we have some choices here. We can either go for High Priest or Martial Master. Now, Martial Master, at level 5, learns the skill Diffuse Healer. Oh, when unit is healed by a staff. Not when an ally. Oh. Adjacent allies also recover 50% of that HP that unit recovered. Unit can target itself with healing staves. Sounds like getting self-healing first, then Diffuse Healer would be better. I kind of like the idea of High Priest first, then Martial Master. If she wants to second seal. Either way, these are both going to be good classes. But this gives her access to magic. Her movement also goes up by 1 either way. Maybe it'll be easier to just change Etier's class first. She could get a pony. We could give her a pony, or just have her specialize in this. Your Wi-Fi keeps lagging? Oh no! I'm so sorry that's happening. Wi-Fi troubles suck so much. Card sword fight to level 10. Ooh, okay. Careful aim. If unit initiates combat without moving first, gains hit plus 40. Grants crit plus 10 during combat with a foe that can't counter. I think sniper is the way to go for Etier. Yeah, her strength, she gets more of a strength boost, less of a speed boost, which kind of sucks. Yeah, I'm going to put Etier into a sniper. Ooh! Damn! Holy crap, her outfit gets a huge upgrade. Her entire sprite change... Oh my god. Their entire sprite changes for every class? That's... awesome. Okay. Is a holy prayer. Oil sense work right now? Oh no. Okay. It's a lot of upgrades. Class changes are really strong. Now, I feel like... High Priest is the better way to go, because Martial Master seems to focus more into the hand-to-hand combat things, but Fran is very much a healer, and the self-healing seems like the better one, so I'm gonna go with High Priest. Not bad. I don't know, it kind of doesn't fit Fran all that well. The outfit. But she's real good now. Not that she wasn't before, but still. Okay, now Etier. If I give her a different emblem ring, her base speed is still 15, which is pretty crazy. Can't heal the party if you're dead. Exactly. I think the self-heal ability is just going to be better.
Yes.
So, let's go here. Then we can see what skills the Tiki emblem will offer. Oh, there's Tiki! Her little bracelet floating there. Inherit skills, Etier. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. And then I want her to inherit Speed Taker, because then she'll be an absolute monster. Speed advantage of 9 or more units. Follow-up, if possible, occurs before the foe can counterattack. God. Having both of these would be insane. A character engaged that fits the I'm a healer, but pulls out gun stereotype. I mean, Fran is kind of fitting that already. Okay. What the hell? Star Sphere grants enhanced stat growth when leveling up. HP luck +2. That's pretty self-explanatory. Geosphere, start of player phase. Adjacent ally defense resist +3 to both of them. Life Sphere. If unit uses weight without attacking or using items, restores 20 HP and heals status effects. Self-healing Go Burr. Initiates combat. Half chance of receiving critical hit from foe. Busted. If foe is equipped with a special attack, unit takes 2 less damage during combat. And that would be 5 less damage during combat. Life Sphere ++? Wait. Wait without attacking, restoring items, restores 40 HP. Just wait and restores 40 health points. It's essentially a full heal. At the start of player phase, if their allies adjacent to unit grants defense resistance +5. That is insane. That's crazy. Holy. Sakoko pointed to my OC Diego. Yeah, I think that does fit Diego. Oh my god. That's Tiki emblem broken. Thing is, I don't think Fran really needs enhanced stat growth when leveling up. Who needs that? Who out of my units really needs enhanced stat growth? Like Etier and Fram's ratings are just so high. Honestly, Lapis could kind of use it. Diamant's fine. Saline's fine. Alfred we're kind of dropping because we got better units at this point. Kagetsu is kind of better than Lapis, unfortunately. I'm gonna give Lapis the Dwagon.
Tiki! I'll do my best.
Because why not? Then Etier doesn't really need Lynn's emblem anymore. But I am going to give Etier Speed Taker, because she's a monster with it. She is an absolute monster. Etier, manage skills, Speed Taker. And then I can swap over... Who would benefit from Lynn's emblem? Dexterity, speed. Okay, speed. Sarah does only have 16 speed. Interesting. Etier looks like a tank. She is. She's crazy good right now. With Lynn, oh, she only gets 1 speed bonus. That's interesting. Oh, Lucina gives a lot of extra bonus, so probably keeping Lucina would be best. Who benefits from Lynn's ring? I mean, Etier, obviously, but... Chloe and Lynn might be an interesting combination. Who does Chloe have currently? Yeah, let's give...
Lynn, let's go.
Let's go there. Yeah, we could just give Etier a ring that boosts her strength, because why not? Enris, she doesn't really need magic, though, but sure, strength, dexterity. Yeah, why not? Etier be broken. Sure. Zelkov... His strength is... It's pretty good. Like, thieves are just strong. Thieves are just strong in this game, and it's kind of nuts. Sure, speed and dexterity, why not? Kagetsu... Dexterity and speed, sure. Can do the exact same thing, why not? Yeah, let's go with that. Oh, where's the exit? There's the exit, okay. Starts vibing to Eminem Godzilla. Yeah, I think we're ready to move to the next chapter now, because Etier and Fran can solo entire maps now. They can do so much. He's crazy how strong they are.
I'm ready to...
Let's go Chloe and Citrine, sure.
Cooking is a bit like writing. It's all about focused creativity. First this, then that, and then... This should be worth a passing grade.
Okay, new support conversations.
This is so good.
5 more plates should be enough.
This may rival the cooking.
I see. Cool. got there. Now we got some training to do in here. These are also good DPS classes. In this game, thieves are insane. They are the units that I have the most trouble clearing when they're on the enemy side. Because they're so speedy, they normally hit twice, and they're strong, like nearly as strong as every other unit on the field. They are so strong. Oh, look, we have 2 level 1 units. Oh, they're so underleveled compared to everyone else. Except... yeah, do we level up Saline? No, I still want to level up Chloe. Lapis does kind of need it, though.
I'm Lapis. Get ready.
I'm Alfred, Crown Prince of Firaday.
Why are you putting her up against the Lance unit? Actually, she wins this fight.
Thanks for showing me what I still need to work on.
Thanks for the sparring match.
Yeah, and she gets a level out of it, too. Okay, strength, dexterity, speed. Sure, sure. Sure. Sylvie over Safim, that works as well. So we'll start. We'll give Clan some training as well.
Divine Dragon Fan Club co-founder.
I am Chloe,
Hydrate.
Royal Knight of Firaday.
Oh, if he's using wind magic, this is unfair. No, it's fire magic. Then it's unfair in the reverse way.
No!
He just loses this fight.
Lost.
Honestly, I might end up dropping Fran. Because he's just... or Clan. He's just not holding up. His health is so low.
I will act as your opponent today.
I won't let this chance go to waste.
Oh yeah, Chloe's winning this fight.
I wasn't strong enough.
I always do my best. Now and in the matches to
Oh,
come.
she's almost leveled up. Beginning of the next fight, she will. Emblem. Yeah, go with Lucina.
I'll be your opponent.
Let's see how this goes.
Lucina, Princess of Elise, has arrived.
How is Lucina so weak?
I lost? Somehow I won.
Jeez. I like Clan's design, though. I do, too.
Thank you for the hope you showed me back then. If not for you, I might have given up.
I only gave you a small push. You'll be carving your own future for yourself.
Okay, skill inheritance. That is an option now. What skills can Sarah? Dexterity, dual assist. Dual assist would actually be pretty useful. Giving Lucina to Diamant after Sarah would be not a bad idea. But for now, though, we can save here. I'll go to here for now. This copy of Marth is not that good. Not as good as Marth. Marth is, you know, the hero king. He's on a different level. But we Elise, yeah. Taking it Elise for years? Yeah. Naming is difficult. But for now, we switch back to here because we have more OC reviews to do. Arcana has submitted their characters for review. Or their character, I should say. So I can go here, and then have here? Can duplicate that. Can go here. Can go here. There. Then we can go here. All right, now we can switch back over to here. Oh, right, I need to do the whole webcam thing again. Do that. Do that. Okay, now we're good to go. Can I get one? Speed needs more time for sure. Looks like we... Rats, beam hell. I see. Takes time to work on characters, that's for sure. So, no worries. But, let's get into reviewing Sylvie Akatsuki. Val! Bouncing around his cat. And the cat's not even here to bounce around with you. Excuse me. Name, Sylvie Akatsuki, meaning Silver Dawn. Age 22, race human, female, height 5'7". Based on the Art 1 3&D page? Huh? The art's yours, just have not done it yet. She has tan skin from her time in the desert of Vacuo, also has light scars on her body from her time as a kid out in combat. A white fluffy ponytail tied up, stoops halfway down her back. Eyes orange, aura color is orange. I'm guessing some design changes were made, because eyes are not orange in the image. Correct? We were drinking last night. Ah, okay. So some things may not match the write-up versus the overall design. No worries. Personality, living with faunus for most of her life, she gains a love for them and their weird animal-like barks. I mean, they're not weird. She loves wings the most. Keeping some feathers from her mother/teacher. Adoptive mother? This made her love both races heavily. She's sweet and gets along with kids and adults. Even when in combat, she becomes scary, but her smile gives off kindness. Simple custom katana is her weapon, with a bit more length than a normal one. Probably not as long as Raven's then? Based off your OC Arcana. Ah, never got around to making the alternate look. Ah, okay, okay. Joined to the sheath of this weapon is a long dagger mainly used for offhand. So, long katana and short dagger, okay. Set with ice dust in the handle, hit the button will send the ice dust through the blade to do two things. Trap other weapons or objects in contact with the thick burst of ice to make the blade longer with an ice blade coating that lines up with the blade. Ooh, interesting. So her main weapon is just a simple katana, no dust in it, but then has a secondary weapon with ice dust in it to help trap enemy weapons. I like that. Cat, what are you doing? Meow. Semblance's Overdrive. Semblance Overdrive works by removing the limit in her brain that keeps the human body in check. It works by shutting down the brain's bioelectric signals, effectively removing its lock on her. Upside is that her strength is higher, speed and reaction is a bit faster. Downside, her body will take damage from using it no matter what she does. If she loses control or pushes it, she'll take serious damage as her aura gives everything to her body to boost and not protect her anymore. Adrenaline makes her not notice the pain she does to herself or others do to her. Interesting. So yeah, it essentially the semblance just removes the connection that her brain has that limits her body functions. Like, that limits the amount of strength that someone puts behind their hits and everything. That's a dangerous semblance for sure. Bail the parry dagger, yeah. It's a strong semblance, but it's one that can't be used for an extended period of time and will definitely have repercussions. Interesting that a seemingly kind character getting along with kids and adults and everything would have a semblance like Overdrive that essentially is a highly combative semblance. Hi. What? What are you doing, cat? Backstory. Sylvie was found as a baby in the desert of Vacuo in a damaged tent by a small clan made up of only faunus. After some time of waiting, they never found her family. This made the leader take the human in, even though some of the faunus did not like the idea of looking after a human child. As she grew up, some seems to start liking her, seeing that she was not that bad. Sylvie always wondered why everyone was so different from her. In looks, as most had, you know, long tongues, tails, or even other ears. This made her more interested in them, even though, as she got older, she learned she did not fit in with them. Forgot to add, she's a battle nut. Oh. Interesting. What caused her to become a battle nut? Maybe that's more in the backstory. When Sylvie was 5 years old, her clan moved locations because of an increase in grim sightings in the area, making the place unsafe. The ground started to feel the sand shift under their feet as a Deathstalker burst from the ground out in the middle of the group, throwing a chunk of the group up into the air. This killed some of the old and hurt many of the younger. Sylvie just on the edge of the grim being thrown backwards, gave us some larger scraps. In just seconds, the Deathstalker had started ripping through the disoriented group of the warriors to regain their feet and get back together to fight off the Grim. Tries to get up but struggles to get on her feet. With all the chaos, the people around her, more Grim moved in from the fear and the sound of the attack, making it far worse. She's too small to be able to fight against the flow of fearful people, getting knocked to the ground, a spray of sand from the Grim. Sylvie opened her eyes. She saw a young crow. Oh. It's too big to be just a bird. Black smoke had taken up the area. Urson just started tacking out blindly at the Grim. One by one as Sylvie passed out from her own injury. Saw a young crow. So is that literally Crow the character? Black smoke had taken up the area where it stood and started tacking out blinding Grim one by one. So an actual crow was blinding the Grim? Just an actual bird. Interesting. After that had finished, a majority of the group was destroyed, only leaving a few left. A girl with black wings that shimmered green in the light came over to the tent, giving a helping hand to the group in the way of medical aid and protection for her clan. Sylvie was still shaken from the attack. Could see them talking from the bed. A flood of hazy memories came back from the Battle of the Crow. Same one picked her up, taking her away from the battle as Sylvie dropped in and out of consciousness. Sylvie could not get the girl out of her mind. The girl who saved her, the one who picked her up and saved her again. Sylvie did not want to be the one always saved from trouble. She wanted to be the one to help people with more than she had. Okay, so it was a girl with crow wings that just through the haze of being knocked out, she just saw as a crow. Interesting. The crow's name was Silica, and she'd been helping for the past weeks when Sylvie was in bed. Silica learned about the clan, and Sylvie does not understand why there was one human in the clan. Out of nowhere, she felt a hard pull on one of her wings. Looking down to see Sylvie wrapped up in bandages, standing with what power she had left, with her eyes locked in her wings, she said, "I want to be strong. Please show me." As much as Silica tried, she could not get rid of the kid. The weakness still hurt. She used all her power to find the crow over and over until she gave in. Sylvie could see this kid wanted to go. Even after being through hell, she asked one question, why? And Sylvie replied, "I want to protect." Yeah, wants to not lose the people like she did before. Like she wants to prevent this tragedy from happening to anyone else, type thing. As much as she could not really take care of a kid she wanted to fight, she did not have any true family. She could tell she was strong, If you could just train her and send her off to school, she would do it. Scylla with time grew to love her almost like a mother, even though when she meets her old team, they make like fun of her for having a kid so early. One day after a few years, they got jumped by Beowulf Grimm, just like her old clan. Silica tried to protect Sylvie from losing her weapon in the fight. Seeing this, Sylvie was in shock. She was about to lose more. With the wish of power, the wish to stop it, she forces her body to move to try to save her teacher. Her semblance and aura triggered being sent across the gap, slamming her body into the Grimm, breaking her aura in 3 of her ribs. Shocked both Silica and the Grimm. Silica reacted and killed the Grimm, as Sylvie did not notice damage done from the attack, and her semblance till the adrenaline wore out and passed out from the pain with a grin on her face. She was past happy, she was okay. And unlocked her semblance and aura, but now it hurt her. It was learned she had to get Sylvie to control the semblance fast to keep Sylvie's self-harm limited. Silica still patting her head so she could not be more proud. Okay. Interesting. That makes sense. Why her semblance awoke in the way it did. I don't see where it comes in that she's a battle maniac. Or she's a battle nut. That doesn't really seem to fit with her backstory. If anything, it seems like, given her backstory, that she has lost so much due to conflict, due to fighting, that she would almost stray away from battle except when absolutely necessary to protect the people close to her. Come in later with the school? Okay. I don't know, it just doesn't seem to fit with her backstory. But yeah, I'm sure you have an idea of how it comes about. Yeah, interesting. So she found a mentor when she was younger in Silica. How did Silica stumble upon the Grimm attack? Was it just coincidence? Was Silica a member of this tribe? Because it doesn't seem like Sylvie really knew who Silica was before this attack, and Silica kind of just appeared to help in the fight, right? So... Vivid Draconian, hello, hello, how goes? But, after suffering such a tragedy from a young age, the desire to protect and prevent that tragedy from happening again, it's definitely something you can see happening in Vacuo. I'm sure it's happened many a time before. Pretty sure that happened to Sun's family as well. Or no, it wasn't a Grimm attack, it was just the desert in general, I think. Just out wandering around helping out anyone who needs it. She did not like being in one place. Okay, so more of a wanderer. Good, done with the errands. Excellent. Could be a coping mechanism for trauma. There's all sorts of reactions to such events. Yes. But that doesn't seem to start right away. I don't know. There are all sorts of different coping mechanisms when it comes to trauma, but I don't know. It just doesn't fit with the way that Silica was written after, or that Sylvie was written after the initial traumatic event. I don't know. But from where the semblance triggered, it makes sense. A lot of them come from, like, desperation, the desire to protect, the desire to, well, an outcry of the soul, really. So that makes sense. And unfortunately, tragedy is all too common. She made so many people powerful in her. This made her want to gain more power. After more powerful people, she had to gain more power to be the best to never lose. I guess. I don't know if that necessarily means a battle nut. Because wanting to be more powerful doesn't necessarily... Like, I understand the desire to be stronger, the desire to want to protect, but I don't know if that necessarily leads to someone being a battle nut. Because every huntsman and huntress wants to protect. Everyone wants to be stronger for that purpose. Like Ruby, in and of herself, she wants to be as strong as she possibly can. To be able to protect people, to be able to make sure that nothing like that ever happens. Again, no tragedies, that she doesn't lose people. But none of them, none of the huntsmen and huntresses that we've seen have become battle nuts like that. There has to be something extra, I think, to push someone to become a battle nut. Wanting to become stronger, wanting to become better than all of your opponents, that is a drive to become stronger, not an inherent love of battle. I think there's a difference there. Wanting to be the best, wanting to be the strongest, does not necessarily equate to, I love fighting no matter what. I just want to fight. I don't care who it is. I just want to fight. Like, that's like battle nut. Like, win or lose, I just want to fight. Versus, I want to become stronger and do everything I can. That leads to more, like, pushing themselves to train harder, pushing their physical limitations, not necessarily only through combat. If that makes sense. I may or may not have delved into writing characters that may or may not have a love of battle, and I may or may not know a thing or two. But yeah, that's the only thing that mainly sticks out. Other than that, having the trigger for her semblance be from this tragedy, maybe not necessarily Seraph, but other things that are included in that story, perhaps. But clip it, no, exposed. But yeah, overall, found as a baby in the desert, in a damaged tent, pretty much left for dead, I'm guessing, by her actual parents, maybe trying to save from a grim attack or what have you. Maybe that'll come in later in the story. But found by a Faunus tribe, raised with the Faunus, who mostly got wiped out, found an instructor, or rather an instructor found them with Silica, and then becomes her mentor throughout her life until she goes off to school. Throughout that time, awakening her semblance, which is Overdrive, and likely being taught to use a katana at some point. Maybe that only comes along later at the combat schools. But yeah, overall, I think pretty well designed. It's just nailing down those little points with when it comes to being a battle nut or not, because, like, there has to be a certain thing with being a battle nut. But next episode showing up at some point, maybe. Sylvie never wants to lose, and her biggest fear is not saving people. So you might be right there. Yeah, that's a desperation to be stronger, not necessarily a love of battle. There do be a difference. Drop that part. Think work on her a little bit more? Yeah, of course. Other than that, though, very well designed. Is there anything that you'd like me to touch on, like me to comment on, or any questions that you have? for her. Because overall, I think pretty well done. It's just that one main point. The weapon seems pretty balanced. The semblance can give her a lot of strength, very temporarily, and then there's repercussions to it as well. So I think it's pretty well done. I've said before, Chaos, that I've designed more than one team. I believe I said that I've designed 11 characters thus far. Yes. 11. But yeah. Overall, though, if there's anything else, I know you're just fishing for more information. I see what it is. I thought you were going to say 11 teams was going to have a heart attack. No, I haven't gone so far as 11 teams. I mean, characters that are involved tangentially in the story, there's probably enough to make a half a dozen teams or something like that, but I want to do something with the main weapon, but not sure. Think of any dust or keep it empty. Honestly, I like the idea of having her just be a base, just using a katana without the dust. And that being her main way of fighting. Because that also gives the opportunity of surprise when people think, okay, she's just fighting with a regular katana, there's nothing else with that, and then she pulls out the ice dagger, or the dagger that utilizes ice dust, and it could be an extra element of surprise, something that opponents would not expect. If they're fighting her and she's using dust in a main weapon, they're already wary of dust, and then when she brings out the secondary weapon, they'd be thinking that there might be dust in it, or more wary of it. I think having a normal one would be good. Image perhaps letter for the next OC stream. Okay, I look forward to it. These are my piles of OC teams. Yeah, I have 4 made, 9 planned at one point. Okay. Like, I mean, any OC story that is going to involve the Vital Festival tournament, you're going to have to design a number of tangential characters. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, I think regular katana would fit quite well. And then she has 2 elements of surprise when it comes to fighting any opponents. The ice dagger, as well as her semblance. I think her semblance would mostly be used as a last-ditch effort, though, because it pretty much ensures that she's going to break her own aura. Or damage herself, and once she deactivates her semblance, then she can't really use it anymore. So her semblance seems like a last-ditch effort type of thing. Oh, Team Leather. Okay. I'll have Moth done by next stream. Next OC stream? Yeah. Sometimes we get inspiration for OCs without the need for stories for them. This is true. This is absolutely true. 100%. But, yeah. Let's see. I forgot to say, she is based off of Kojiro Sasaki, the Demon of the West, a natural strength, Musashi Miyamoto, the Sword Saint dual weapon. Okay. I don't know too much about either of those characters, but Musashi Miyamoto I know a little bit about. And Sasaki Kojiro, I'll be honest, I know of from Fate. From the Fate series, but give me saving feathers for next OC review. Yeah, really need because I want to cook good with the recommendations. I'm happy, Coco. I look forward to it. Glad I was able to help. She can use the semblance more than once, but she has to have tight control over it. That makes sense. As a student, like at the combat schools, she probably wouldn't have that much control over it. It would be something that would be gained through continuous training through the Huntsman Academies, and then maybe by the later years in the Huntsman Academies would get more accustomed to it type thing. Yeah, that makes sense. That do indeed make sense. Alrighty. Yeah, I think that pretty much covers it, unless there's anything else. Arcana? Just realized that Moth is inspired by a different mythos? How so? Oh. All right. Well, I think that pretty much covers it for now. Should be 20. We could use it with little damage for a really short time, but yeah, that's it. That makes sense. Yeah. 20, so that'd be about like 3rd year at the academies. Makes sense. Yeah, I think that's pretty well balanced. And she'd need a lot of control to be able to use that too. But yeah. Yep, I think that's pretty good. Okay. With that being said, if you're alright with Arcana, I think that probably wraps up the OC review stream. Because it's like 4:45. Oh, like 13 minutes to 5. And it looks like we've gotten through everyone who wanted to redeem. So I think we're probably good. This is a good OC review. Got through 18 pages of OC review. A little bit more of Fire Emblem Engage for extra 20 minutes or so. And, yeah, I think that's pretty good. Not all are my Aspire in general. Saphim Glimmer next time. Your Revenge OC. Ooh. Interesting. Inspired by General Leonidas of Sparta Galax. It was inspired by... Leonidas of Sparta. Galax, who was inspired by Ballad from Eldering. Hikari is inspired by the Japanese Yatagarasu. And Talia is inspired by the Nordic Valkyrie. I gotta say, Happy don't think it's bad? Of course not. No, it's good. She's a well-designed character. Pretty much everyone, like, and I have this exact same thing as well, where I'm concerned my characters are bad, and then everyone else has their own opinions on it, and most of them are positive. Like, most people don't give themselves enough credit, myself included, with how well that they can design characters. So, all good. All good. But I think that pretty much wraps up the OC stream. I'm gonna probably, I think, end stream here. You're mesmerized by the quote on Blue's dock, though? That was hella edgy. Have you watched RWBY? RWBY's got a little bit of edge to it. Always on your OC Arcana to any game or show I make. Love your Arcana. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why I always name the main protagonist of any game I play Sarah. Past the brain cell. Yo, meow. Yes. Meow. Yes, buddy. Yes. She used to be your YouTube character profile. Oh, nice. Yes, buddy. So fluffy. So fluffy. So fluffy. Orange Cat comes to subjects for daily tithe of pats. This is true. That is the true tax of the cat. He needs his pats. Isn't that right, buddy? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. All right. Next one's a weapon drawn up, so that should be fun. Ooh, okay. I'll look forward to it. The next OC stream will be in 2025. I'm gonna guess February? Yeah, February sounds about right. Looks at bookshelves and gets anxiety with mixed feelings. What do you mean? It's fine. It's not bowing at all. It's fine. This is held for years. It's fine. Nothing will come crashing down. Just need 29 more points. Maybe an extra 20 just in case. Like bullet points? Or... Oh, hell. Spent? It's been bent for years. It came like that, I swear. It just... It'll hold. Probably. For a little while longer, at least. Trust. If you go by 4 months, like I said, then it should be March. Well, it's 3 to 4 months, depending on, like, the different things that I have going on. I think February will just work better for my schedule because in March, there's going to be a couple of other things I have going on. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, there's going to be another tournament that I want to go to, which is going to be a weekend thing. So that's going to take out an entire weekend. There's going to be another set release for the card game, which is going to take up another stream for the weekend. Doesn't look very IKEA quality. No, because it's Amazon quality. I got that one off of Amazon like 7 years ago. Maybe longer. It's been at least 7 years, at the very least. So, if it's March, it'd be your birthday. Oh, well, happy belated birthday 5 months in advance. Want to give it a newspaper article. The streamer died under bookshelf breaking after bed. Hopefully not. That would be a sad way to go. Like your sword at the back? Thank you. That one. It's a nice sword. Not really that sharp, but it's decorative. It's decorative. But yeah, Amazon... The Amazon quality's held so far. It's been alright for holding DVDs. It may look like it's struggling, but it's held for over half a decade. So, that's something at least, right? That's something. But, anyways, I should probably end stream here. Gotta go eat dinner. Then gotta go help set up for a tournament. So, still got a busy night ahead of me. So, with that being said, imagine Ember running at you with that sword. Oh yeah, Roanoa Zoro, the cat. Just holding the sword in his mouth. It'd be a little too heavy for him. Metal Ghost of Tsushima sword. Ooh, white handle. Nice. How many keeps playing his high skill? Yeah. Yeah. Characters using white... Well, characters wearing just white clothing or having white weapons in games where there's a lot of blood and violence just doesn't make sense. Good luck with the tournament. Thank you. Thank you. I should say goodbye to everyone now, though, as I should end stream. Go eat. Go prepare. Orange Cat is your weapon of justice. It's not a very functional weapon. It seems to be lacking in some departments that would be useful in combat. Like strength and intelligence. Oh no, Velvet! I'm so sorry! Yeah, it's time to end the stream. I'm sorry. It has been 5 hours. It's a great day. I'm glad you enjoyed it. If they're right, so the blood shows. well, then they wouldn't be white for long. They'd be red soon enough. But yeah, I do need to end stream now. So, thank you everyone for joining in. Thank you to all those who submitted their OCs. We went over some amazing characters today, and I appreciate all of you trusting me to share your characters, and hopefully I was able to help with some comments. I hope I wasn't too critical with some things, and I look forward to doing this again. The next one, as I mentioned, will be in 2025. Probably February is the month I'm going to aim for. We'll confirm closer to the date, of course, but with that being said, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend and the start to your week. We'll be back on Tuesday for more Fire Emblem Engage, where we will continue on with the next chapter. We'll probably start with some supports and then continue on with the next chapter. But until then, thank you all again for joining in, and well, it's not night where I am, so good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. And when you get there, I hope you have a good night's sleep. Bye, everyone. Thank you all for joining in.